Will the House please come to order? We are noisy today. Will members please indicate their presence by voting? Has any member failed to vote? Will the clerk please tally the board?
39 members present.
And so, with 39 members present, we have a quorum to conduct business. Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may the journal reflect that there are no excused absences today.
Leading the invocation today is Pastor Paul Sliwa of the Church on the Rock. Will members please rise?
I'd like to start out by saying it's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you today. I'd also like to thank you for all that you do in serving our great state. I recognize that many of you have had to sacrifice much to be here. So on behalf of the many Alaskans across our state, I want you to know we appreciate you, and we're praying for you and your families. So with that being said, I'm honored to offer the following prayer. Would you join me? Father God, I thank you for this beautiful state of Alaska that you have created. I thank you for the wonderful people of Alaska that make this place so special. And I thank you for these representatives who give and serve so much in order to help make Alaska what it is, a place we all get to call home. I ask you that you would bless each person that is represented today. I ask that you would pour out your favor and provision upon them and their families, and I also pray for protection over them as well. And now I come before you asking that you would grant them all here the wisdom required to govern rightly, that you would give them the strength and the endurance to labor diligently on behalf of those they serve, and grant them grace necessary to work through disagreements to reach solutions for the good of all Alaskans. I pray all of these things in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Would Representative Rauscher please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Representative Vance.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the prayer be spread across the journal.
Hearing no objection, the prayer will be spread across the journal. Will the clerk please certify the journal for the previous legislative days?
I certify as to the correctness of the journal for the 109th through the 111th legislative days.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the journal of the previous days be approved and certified by the Chief Clerk.
Hearing no objection, the journal stands approved. Are there guests for introduction this morning? Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be able to introduce Brian Messner from downtown Anchorage, if he might stand. Brian is a principal architect at ECI, one of Alaska's largest architectural firms, and he made the trip down to Juneau today to testify in House Finance and support of interior design registration, so hopefully people don't talk too much and he can get to that meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please join me in welcoming him.
Representative Kronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back behind me in the Paratovich Gallery, I have three of my favorite people here today. My two oldest daughters, Emily and Alexis, and my granddaughter, Remy. So if you guys could join me and welcome them to the Capitol today.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm going to introduce Gabby Morton with her mom, Deb. Gabby is Miss Alaska Junior High 2024. She's right behind me in the Taylor Gallery. She attends Eagle River Christian School and is training to be a youth leader with Coalition, her church youth group. In 2018, she developed and began sharing Color Theme with Kindness, spreading God's word throughout to raise awareness to educate youth about bullying and spreading kindness. She has been highly active with her volunteer work since age 5. Thank you to her mom, Deb. There's a lot of work that goes into it being a mom. Some of her activities include supporting veterans, first responders, and the American Heart Association. For her volunteer efforts, she has earned 4 presidential awards, Madam Speaker, 3 Alaska Airlines Youth Summit Awards, Madam Speaker. By the way, she's only 13. And the Miss Elementary American Volunteer Award. She loves sharing her passion for pageantry with others and encourage young ladies to participate in at least one pageant to increase confidence, making new friends, and learn public speaking and volunteering skills. She will be traveling to Little Rock in June to represent Alaska at the national pageant and continue sharing her anti-bullying platform. If we could please welcome them to the Capitol.
Mr. Majority Leader Sadler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Eagle River is in the House today. I'm pleased to welcome a constituent from Eagle River as well. In the Prattridge Gallery, will Miss Kelsey Conway please rise? Kelsey is an interior designer. She started off in Sitka, but is moving on up to North Eagle River. She owns an interior design firm in downtown Anchorage. She is also here to testify in support of interior designer registration and finance. So please help me welcome Kelsey Conway to Juneau.
Representative Colon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have 2 guests for introduction. In the Taylor Gallery, we have Paul Sliwa, if you can stand. I'd like to introduce a constituent and your pastor, Madam Speaker, Pastor Paul Sliwa. Pastor Paul is currently the youth pastor of my staff members' children, but in the fall he will become the campus pastor of Church on the Rock in Wasilla. He has traveled all over the world sharing the gospel with young people and his family, and he has been the lead soccer coach for Wasilla High School. Also in the last 4 years, he and his wife Emily have added 4 children to their family. Please help me welcome Paul. May I have a second one? Okay.
Representative Plum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm excited today to introduce a constituent of mine, Carmela Warfield, in the Taylor Gallery, if you could stand up. So Carmela is a mother of 2 wonderful sons and has been married to her husband, Jason, for 28 years. She's a forward-thinking executive with proven experience and history of accomplishment in corporate settings, board leadership, and civic service roles. She's a longtime Alaskan resident, a detailed business owner, oriented business owner with a background in banking. She is a passionate, dedicated community member with years of service and support of Alaskan community, local government, civic, philanthropic, and charitable organizations, including current executive board leadership and service roles with several entities. And I would just say Carmela is a very good friend of mine. She and I kind of started things out being community council presidents, and got to know her there, and she has put a lot of time into the Anchorage community. So please help me welcome her.
Welcome to our guest today. Seeing no other mics, Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the governor?
I have no messages from the governor this morning, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any messages from the other body?
Messages dated May 3rd stating the Senate has passed and is returning the following: House Concurrent Resolution Number 15, Mental Health Month, Tardive Dyskinesia Week, and House Concurrent Resolution Number 17, Suspend Uniform Rules for SJR 14. The Senate concurred in the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution Number 14, thus adopting House Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution Number 14, Fisheries, Support State Seafood Industry, Title Change HCR 17. The Senate has failed to recede from its amendments to Committee Substitute for House Bill Number 268, Finance Amended Budget Reserve Fund Supermajority failed, namely Senate Committee Substitute for House Bill Number 268, Finance, Appropriations Operating Budget Capital Supplemental Amendments. The President appointed the following members to a conference committee to meet with a light committee from the House to consider the bills: Senator Stedman, Chair, Senator Hoffman, and Senator Olson. And the Senate has also failed to recede from its amendments to committee substitute for House Bill number 270 Finance, namely Senate committee substitute for House Bill number 270 Finance, Appropriations, Mental Health Budget. The President also appointed the following members to a conference committee to meet with a like committee from the House to consider the bills. Senator Stedman, Chair, Senators Hoffman and Olson.
At this time, I am appointing the following members to a conference committee to meet with a like committee from the Senate to consider House Bill 268 Appropriations Operating Budget. Chair, Delana Johnson, Representative Bryce Edgman, and Representative Dan Ortiz. I am also appointing the following members to the conference committee to meet with a like committee from the Senate to consider House Bill 270 Appropriation Mental Health Budget. Chair, Representative Delana Johnson, Representative Bryce Edgman, and Representative Dan Ortiz. At this time, with the appointment of the conference committee for the budget bills under Uniform Rule 24D, the 24-hour rule for announcing committee hearings is now in effect. Madam Clerk.
Messages dated May 3rd stating the Senate has passed and is transmitting the following for consideration. Senate Bill number 131 by Senators Gray, Jackson, Kawasaki, Dunbar, Clayman, Willikowski, Olson, and Stevens, entitled An Act Requiring Education in the History and Contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders.
Education Committee.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill number 174, Community and Regional Affairs, by the Senate Community and Regional Affairs Committee, entitled An Act Relating to the Honor and Remember Flag and the Honor and Sacrifice Flag.
House Special Committee on Military and Veterans Affairs.
I have no further messages from the other body, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any communications?
Department of Administration Monetary Terms of Agreement between the state and the Public Employees Local 71 Labor, Trades, and Crafts Unit. I have no further communications.
The monetary terms are referred to the Finance Committee. Madam Clerk, are there any reports of standing committees?
The House Labor and Commerce Committee held a hearing on the following appointees to the Occupational Safety and Health Review Board, Ryan Sherratt, and to the Alaska Labor Relations Agency, Tammy Schultz and Emily Jackson Hall, as well as the Alaska Workers' Compensation Board, Mark Sayamapantham. Signing the report, Representatives Wright, Prox, Fields, Carrick, Ruffridge, and Chair Sumner. The Finance Committee considered House Bill 55, Extend Workforce Investment Board Allocations, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 55, Labor and Commerce with the same title. Attached one previously published fiscal note, 4 new fiscal notes, and 1 new zero fiscal note. Signing the report, do pass Representatives Stapp, Galvin, Hannan, Josephson, Ortiz, Cronk, and co-chairs Edgman, Delana Johnson, and Foster. No recommendation, Colomb and Tomaszewski. The bill has no further referral. The Judiciary Committee considered House Bill 105, Sex Reproduction Education, Schools, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 105, Judiciary, with a new title. Attached one previously published zero fiscal note. Signing the report, do pass Chair Vance. Do not pass Representatives Gray and Grow. No recommendation, Craig Johnson, Sumner, and Allard. The bill has a further referral to the Finance Committee. The Judiciary Committee considered House Bill 107, Criminal Law Definitions, Person, Life. Recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 107, Judiciary, with a new title. Attached one new zero fiscal note. Signing the report, do pass Representative Chair Vance. Do not pass Gray and Grow. No recommendation, Craig Johnson and Allard. Amend Sumner. The bill has no further referral. The Finance Committee considered House Bill 122, Railroad Corporation Financing. Recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 122, Finance, with the same title. Attach one previously published zero fiscal note and one new zero fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Hannan, Josephson, Ortiz, Colom, Tomaszewski, and co-chairs Edgman, Delana Johnson, and Foster. Amend, Stapp. The bill has no further referral. The Finance Committee considered House Bill 232, Disabled Veterans Retirement Benefits, attached 1, previously published indeterminate fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Hannan, Josephson, Stapp, Colom, Ortiz, Tomaszewski, and co-chairs Edgman, Delana Johnson, and Foster. The bill has no further referral. The Transportation Committee considered House Bill 233, Rates, Motor Vehicle Warranty Work, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 233, Transportation, with a new title. Attached 1, previously published 0 fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Stutes and Chair McCabe. No recommendation, Craig Johnson, Vance, McKay, and Mina. Amend, Sumner. The bill is on today's calendar. The Labor and Commerce Committee considered House Bill 360, Home Care Employment Standards, ADB Board, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 360, Labor and Commerce, with the same title. Attached 1 new 0 fiscal note, 1 new indeterminate fiscal note, and 1 new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Fields, Prox, and Chair Sumner. No recommendation, Ruffridge. The bill has no further referral. The Education Committee considered House Bill 400, Correspondence Study Programs, Allotments, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 400, Education, with a new title. Attached 1 new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Prox and co-chairs Allard and Ruffridge. No recommendation, Story, McKay, Amend, Hemschute, and McCormick. The bill has a further referral to the Finance Committee. The Judiciary Committee considered committee substitute for Senate Senate Bill number 12, Judiciary Address Confidentiality Program. Recommends it be replaced with House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 12, State Affairs, with the same title. Attached 3 previously published 0 fiscal notes and 2 previously published fiscal notes. Signing the report do pass Representatives Gray, Gross, Sumner, Allard, and Chair Vance. The bill has a further referral to the Finance Committee. The Education Committee considered committee substitute for Senate Bill number 24, Finance, Public Schools Mental Health Education. Attached 1 previously published fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Hemschute, Story, McCormick, and co-chair Ruffridge. No recommendation, McKay, Prox, and co-chair Allard. The bill has a further referral to the Finance Committee. The Judiciary Committee considered committee substitute for Senate Bill 134, Judiciary, Insurance Data Security, Information Security Programs. Recommends it be replaced with House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 134, Judiciary, with the same title. Attached 1 previously published 0 fiscal note and 1 new 0 fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Gray, Grow, and Chair Vance. No recommendation, Craig Johnson, Amend, Sumner, and Allard. The bill has no further referral. The Finance Committee considered committee substitute for Senate Bill number 187, Finance Amended, Appropriations, Capital Reappropriations. Recommends it be replaced with House Committee substitute for Senate Bill 187, Finance, with the same title. Signing the report do pass Representatives Colom, Stapp, Cronk, Tomaszewski, and co-chairs Foster, Delana Johnson, and Edgman. Amend, Ortiz, Josephson, and Hannan. The bill has no further referral, and I have no further reports of standing committees.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any reports of special committees?
I have no reports of special committees.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Madam Clerk, are there any citations or resolutions for introduction today?
Honoring Thunder Mountain High School Culinary Arts Team by Representatives Story and Hannon and Senator Keel. Honoring Alaska School Boards and Members by Representatives Story and Hannon and Senator Keel. Honoring 2024 House Floor Staff by Representative Craig Johnson. Honoring Pana Park Market by Senators Wielechowski and Tobin and Representative Grow. Honoring Felucca Saitaus by Senators Wielechowski, Tobin, and Dunbar. In memoriam George Davidson by Representatives Story and Hannon and Senator Keel. In memoriam James Jim Eldon Graham by Senator Wielechowski and Representative Mears. In memoriam Orrin Sabert by Senator Olson and Representative Edgman. House Joint Resolution Number 29 by the House Transportation Committee urging federal support for the state's aviation fuel transition.
Transportation Committee.
I have no further citations or resolutions for introduction this morning, Madam Speaker.
Madam Clerk, are there any bills for introduction today?
There are no bills for introduction this morning.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the first item on today's calendar?
House Bill Number 19 by Representatives Stutes, Vance, Hemshoot, Hannon, Schrage, Ortiz, entitled An Act Relating to the Registration of Commercial Vessels and Providing for an Effective Date. The House Special Committee on Fisheries considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with no replacement, signing attached 2 fiscal notes and 1 0 fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Hemshoot, Carpenter, McCormick, Stutes, and Chair Vance. No recommendation Craig Johnson and McCabe. The Finance Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 19 Finance with a new title. Attached 2 new 0 fiscal notes and 2 fiscal notes. Signing the report do pass Representatives Cronk, Ortiz, Colomb, Tomaszewski, Josephson, Hannon, Galvin, Stapp, and co-chairs Delana Johnson and Edgman. I have 1 committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee substitute for House Bill 19 with a new title be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Hearing no objection, the Finance Committee substitute has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 2, line 3.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I move Amendment 1.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I offer Amendment 1 as a friendly amendment. This would take us back to the language as it read before the passage of SB 92. Passage of SB 92 led to some unintended consequences, and this is just cleanup language. Thank you.
Representative Stutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do take this amendment as a friendly amendment. This amendment goes along with the original intent of this legislation. So I appreciate the maker bringing this amendment forward.
Do you remove your objection, Representative Stutes? Hearing no objection, amendment number 1 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee substitute for House Bill 19 as amended be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Madam Clerk.
Committee substitute for House Bill Number 19 Finance by the House Finance Committee entitled An Act Relating to the Registration of Commercial Vessels.
Representative Stutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The origins of House Bill 19 lie in the passage of Senate Bill 92, the Derelict Vessels Act legislation, which passed into law in 2018. That legislation aimed to provide state and local municipalities with a searchable database containing details of vessels and ownership and allow them to locate derelict vessel owners. However, the database exists for commercial fishing vessels in the Commercial Fishery Entry Commission. The CFEC database is updated in real time and operators are required to register yearly. The database is publicly accessible and the information is provided under penalty of perjury. House Bill 19 would exempt the owners of active commercial fishing vessel commercial fishing vessels registered with the U.S. Coast Guard from duplicative registration requirements created by this passage of Senate Bill 92. Specifically, the bill removes the requirement for United States Coast Guard documented vessels with a current Commercial Fishery Entry Commission license to register every 3 years with the Division of Motor Vehicles. The House Bill 19 also institutes an annual $8 fee for documented CFEC registered vessels upon renewal or issuance of this license. This is in lieu of the $24 fee those vessel owners are required to pay to the DMV for the duplicate registration. This ensures that although exempt from an unnecessary trip to the DMV and an additional state registration requirement, CFEC vessel owners will still pay their way for boating safety programs and the purposes of what Senate Bill 92 was. Alaska's commercial fishing fleet is the backbone of one of our state's most vital interests. We should not require those vessel owners to register every 3 years with the DMV at an additional expense, only to provide the same information that is already available through the CFEC. So in summation, this is a fairly simple bill, and what it does is it changes the effective date and it removes the duplicative fees that are being charged to commercial fishing vessels. So I would appreciate any questions, and I'm happy to answer them. Thank you, Madam.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. An $8 fee is better than a $24 fee. This bill has my full support.
Representative Edgman.
I rise in strong support of this bill. I think this is a cleanup bill, and it'd be a great assist not just to the commercial fishermen who, heretofore, or at least in the first year that this oversight was not corrected, had to stand in a long line at the DMV offices and all the fisheries communities. I remember in my hometown of Dillingham seeing just a long line of fishermen hoping to get to the DMV registration staff there, but it also assists the Department of Public Safety, who's been willing to sort of look the other way the last couple of years, but at some point we have to get the law changed. So I would urge the body's consideration and we move this along swiftly.
Any wrap up, Representative Stutes?
I would be grateful if we would all press the green button. Thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute for House Bill 19 as amended pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
38 yeas, 0 nays.
And so with a vote of 38 yeas and 0 nays, committee substitute to House Bill 19 has passed the House. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 111 by Representatives Allard, Grow, Gray, McCabe, Vance, Wright, Hemshoot, Sumner, Carrick, Rauscher, Edgman, and Delana Johnson, entitled An Act Relating to Public School Students Who Are Deaf or Have a Hearing Impairment. The Education Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 111 Education, with a new title. Attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass. Representatives Hemshoot, Story, McKay, McCormick, and co-chairs Ruffridge and Allard. No recommendation. Prox. The Finance Committee also considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 111, Education, with a new title. Attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass. Representatives Tomaszewski, Kronk, Colomb, and co-chairs Delana Johnson and Edgman. No recommendation. Ortiz, Josephson, Hannan, Stapp. Amend, Galvin. I have one committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Education Committee substitute for House Bill 111 be, with a new title, be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Hearing no objection, the Education Committee substitute has been adopted. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
I have no amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
No, Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Education Committee substitute for House Bill 111 be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk.
Committee substitute for House Bill number 111, Education, by the House Education Committee, entitled An Act Relating to Public School Students Who Are Deaf or Hard of Hearing.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 111 is a deaf and hard of hearing bill, Children's Bill of Rights. This establishes consistency in the information provided for parents and school districts, allows parents to choose the best forms of communication for their children, and requires the school district to provide services using the parent's chosen method of communication. Deaf children are born with the same ability to acquire language as others. They have the right, the capacity to fair education, obtain further education, and graduate from high school. They have a right to have their abilities to communicate and acquire language to be treated as a priority. Lack of access to the classroom leads to students missing essential information, lectures, and discussions. Given the unique nature of rural Alaska, some children who are deaf or hard of hearing may require residential services as a part of their educational program. HB 111 declares all deaf children have the right individual education program, and their parent will be able to choose that method of communication that will best be appropriate for their child. Madam Speaker, House Bill 111 establishes that children who are deaf or hard of hearing have the right to be individualized education program that identifies their language, considers their prognosis. Hearing loss provides instruction in their primary language, provides assistive devices and services, and provides appropriate and timely assessments in their primary language. Madam Speaker, the deaf children and the hard of hearing children deserve all the same opportunities as their hearing peers, and I just request a yes vote on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's a lot of good heart that has gone into this bill. I just wanted to stand and acknowledge that we are, again, adding more requirements to our state education system. I can't readily recall the last time that we removed requirements from our state education system because there have been so many additions. I think they kind of get lost in the mix. And so are we asking our schools, our school districts, too much? I fear that we are. And if we're already asking them too much, how can we, in good conscience, ask them to do still more? I also look at some of the information that the district is now required to give parents. Specifically, we are now having the district teach parents about hearing technology, about hearing aids, about bone-anchored hearing aids, about cochlear implants, remote microphone systems, other things. I would hope that the government is not the only source of this information. I would hope that we would not need the government to be providing this services, this information to parents. And I think that is just emblematic of so many other parts of the bill where there are other parts of our society, of our communities that could be providing this information to parents and might do it more effectively than forcing the government to do it through this bill.
Representative Sadler, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill. You know, we hear much about the mission of Alaska's public schools and their mission to treat the needs of all students. And deaf and hard of hearing is one of the most common disabilities among Alaskans. And I think if we were to fulfill the mission of public schools addressing the needs of all children, this bill is a strong way to do that. And I encourage members to vote yes on this important piece of legislation.
Thank you. Representative Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I think it's important that we, as a body, understand and appreciate that while we have federal rules, guidelines, laws that insist that we have appropriate ADA compliance in schools, an IDEA, the act that was passed, it is not funded fully. It's only funded about 40%. We also have our 0 to 3-year-olds, unfortunately, not getting the appropriate diagnostic opportunities that they deserve, particularly for deaf and hard of hearing. So I just want to make sure that that awareness is on the floor as we make this vote. I am fully in support of this, but I also know that there's more work to be done, and I support that as well. Thank you.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill. We heard some compelling testimony in the House Education Committee on how helpful this would be. It follows the lead of the parent, provides services that these children deserve, and I appreciate a yes vote on this.
Representative Himshoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add to the conversation that this bill isn't really doing anything that isn't already done in school, so we might as well formalize it and make sure it's done uniformly. So I support this bill. Thank you.
In wrap-up, Representative Allard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Ketchikan. Yes, Sitka. She is correct. There are things that we are currently doing in our schools, but we don't have to require it. They are just recommended. And we want all the children to be treated equally. I'd also like to say that this alleviates any discrimination with our children. And from my colleague from Anchorage had stated that we want to bring more children out. That is true. And I think this is in the first step of doing that, encouraging parents that there is a means to educate your children so they are equal to their hearing peers. And this is just another step forward to making sure all our kids are adequately educated, that can go on to higher education and not be discriminated against in Alaska in any shape, way, or form. And to my colleague in Wasilla, I would urge him to vote a yes for these 149 children and the encouragement of the parents coming out of their deaf and hard of children so that they can further their education. And parents aren't nervous and parents aren't scared to come out and say, hey, I have a child that I think has a hearing loss, or my child is deaf, but I don't know where to bring them to get that further education. Now they can feel safe that the government is stepping up and doing right by these children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 111 pass the House on final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
39 yeas, 1 nay.
39, with a vote of 39 yeas and 1 nay, committee substitute to House Bill 111 has passed the House. Madam Speaker, will you please read the next item on, Madam Speaker, Madam Clerk. Sorry, you guys, it's gonna be a long day. Madam Clerk.
House Bill number 116 by Representatives Colomb, Hemshoot, Armstrong, Story, Tomaszewski, Hannan, Galvin, Wright, Schrage, and Ortiz, entitled An Act Relating to Appropriations from the Restorative Justice Account. The State Affairs Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 116 State Affairs with a new title, attached 2 new fiscal notes. Citing the report due pass, Representatives Craig Johnson, Armstrong, Carpenter, Story, Allard, Wright, and Chair Shaw. The Finance Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 116, State Affairs, with a new title, attached 2 new indeterminate fiscal notes. Signing the report due pass, Representatives Cronk, Ortiz, Colomb, Josephson, Hannan, Galvin, and co-chairs Edgman and Delana Johnson. No recommendation, STAP. I have one committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the State Affairs Committee substitute for House Bill 116 with a new title be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could someone please speak to the changes we're about to vote on?
Representative Klum.
Madam Speaker, the changes are in your bill packet, pretty simple. The first one was a title change. The second added intent language to the Department of Public Safety to reestablish a prevention intervention campaign. And Section 3 adds an effective date.
Representative Eastman, do you maintain your objection?
I do.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we adopt the State Affairs Committee substitute to House Bill 116? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
39 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 39 yeas and 1 nay, we have adopted the State Affairs Committee substitute to House Bill 116. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
I have no amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the State Affairs Committee substitute for House Bill 116 be adopted, be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the title for the third and final time?
Committee substitute for House Bill Number 116, State Affairs, by the House State Affairs Committee, entitled An Act Relating to Grants and Costs Funded by the Restorative Justice Account Relating to the Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault and Providing for an Effective Date.
Representative Klum.
Madam Speaker. So HB 116. So just to give you a little bit of history around the restorative justice account, in 1988, the legislature passed a law making certain convicted criminals ineligible for a permanent fund dividend. The intent was that those funds would be used for the primary purpose of helping restore victims of crime to a pre-offense condition. So since up till 2018, most of those funds were being used for corrections, the corrections budget, mainly around healthcare. But in 2018, the legislature made a policy change. It created the restorative justice account. And that account, or that bill, established certain percentages go to certain organizations in the state. So right now, 79 to 88% is appropriated to the Department of Corrections, 10 to 13% to the Violent Crimes Compensation Board, 2 to 6% to the Office of Victims' Rights, and 1 to 3% each to the Department of Health or for mental health treatment for offenders and the Department of Public Safety for CDVSA. So HB 116 simply reverses the allocations between corrections and CDVSA. Since the fund was established, it transitioned from mainly assisting crime victims to paying for inmate health care. More recently, has been used by the department to pay for institution, which has never been the intent of the fund. The bill is a strong policy statement and course correction. While we consider billions of dollars in our budget, negotiations and deliberations each year, that every year the Council of Domestic Violence and Sexual Abuse has to come and try to find funds to keep their programs running. I don't disagree that corrections need to be funded. What I'm having an issue with is called the Victim Restoration Fund. And so the bulk of the funds need to be going to victims. Every year, especially since the federal government has significantly decreased grant funding through the Victims of Crime Act over the past several years, CDVSA has had to come to the legislature and argue their case for several $1 million in UGF to fund shelters across our state, prevention programs, and Alaska Child Advocacy Centers. The department and countless victims of abuse have to come before us and explain to policymakers why their programs matter. They have to fight over the same pot of money that overwhelmingly goes to offenders being housed to use our correction system. And I thought that was wrong. The origins of the bill actually came out of my own subcommittee in Department of Public Safety. And I saw that the bulk of the money was still going to corrections. So HB 116 reverses that, where the bulk of that, the Restorative Justice Fund, goes to victims and not to corrections. So I urge the body for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll be rising in objection to the bill before us. I think functionally it serves as a tax increase. And I know it hasn't been marketed as that, but when you look at what is currently happening in the statute at the moment, the money is encouraged to be sent to Department of Corrections. Now, I'm not hearing that the costs of incarceration is going down. I know last week we just created a program, passed a bill to create a program to give iPads to prisoners. I expect next year that the expenses of our Department of Corrections will, if anything, will increase. So our expenses are not going down in that respect, and now we're encouraging that money to instead be sent to this new direction, to these new grants, more spending, especially in a situation like today where we already are short in various areas of our fiscal arrangement, particularly the PFD comes to mind. Where's the new money going to come from? Well, it's probably going to come from more cuts to PFDs or more taxes in other areas. And that is not something that my constituents are asking me to support at this time.
Representative Hannan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. The bill does not take new money. It takes the pot of money and distributes it in a different way, in a way that goes more directly to victims. I happen to be one of those Alaskans that prior to the 1988 law was the victim of a crime, and in the punishment for the crime, the restitution called for me to have the garnishment of the perpetrator's permanent fund dividend. When the law changed in 1988 and forbid a lot of folks incarcerated from receiving their permanent fund dividends, one of the conversations was that the money that had been ordered by courts either as child support or direct restitution for crime was no longer available because many of those folks incarcerated had no other income. So although I had collected half of a man's PFD for 5 years, I was no longer eligible to do that, and the restitution was never completed. Now, fast forward 20 years where that link between direct restitution to victims was long severed. It was still the intent that this money diverted from going to individual hands was to work towards the restitution efforts and victims' services. And that's been out of kilter. This bill does not stop crime. This bill does not create a new tax, but it does redirect and reprioritize that a program that is very targeted at victims of crime, that is a crime very widespread in Alaska, people suffering from domestic violence and sexual assault, will be higher in the authorization and the distribution of those funds. And I think it's long overdue, and the money should be more closely tied to the victims of crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is not a tax bill. If you have a certain percentage of money and you want to split it up between two entities, and you'd want to change that distribution between those two entities in favor of victims of crimes, I'm not sure how calling it a tax, unless it's some sort of reason to get Republicans on the record as supporting a tax. I'm not sure that that's correct, Madam Speaker. This bill merely gives more money to the victims of a crime, and it in no way is a tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief at ease. The House, please come back to order. In wrap-up, Representative Coulombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to add, there was legislative intent added to the bill. So if you have a question on what CDVSA would be doing with the additional money and on top of taking care of domestic violence shelters and victims, there would be a plan on more education and prevention with this money. And it would give it some stability to CDVSA. So I just urge my members to press the green button.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 116, brief at ease, will the House please come back to order? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 116 pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 37 yeas and 1 nay, committee substitute to House Bill 116 has passed the House. Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move into ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote on passage of the bill be considered the roll call vote on the effective date clause.
Hearing no objection, the effective date clause has been adopted. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 169 by Representatives Cronk, Vance, Rauscher, Foster, and Tomaszewski, entitled An Act Relating to Certain Fish and Establishing a Fisheries Rehabilitation Permit. The House Special Committee on Fisheries considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 169, Fisheries, attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives McCabe, Stutes, McCormick, Carpenter, and Chair Vance. No recommendation, Hemshoot. The Resources Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 169, Fisheries, with the same title. Attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Dybert, McCabe, Sadler, Wright, Baker, Rauscher, Chair McKay. No recommendation, Mears and Armstrong. The Finance Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 169, Fisheries, with the same title. Attached one previously published fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Tomaszewski, Cronk, Ortiz, Stapp, Colomb, and co-chairs Delana Johnson and Foster. Amend Josephson, Hannan, and Galvin. I have one committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I move and ask unanimous consent that the Fisheries Committee substitute for House Bill 169 be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be grateful if someone could speak to what are the changes in the Fisheries Committee substitute that are an improvement on the bill currently before us.
Representative Cronk. Oh, Representative Vance, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had one change in the House Fisheries Committee that was instrumental to the public process. It's on page 4, and we removed the words, "If the commissioner fails to act within that period, the application is approved and the department shall issue a permit." This was somehow language that would just cause an automatic approval that we felt was not the will of this body. We want direct oversight of these permits by the commissioner, and that was the only change.
Representative Eastman, do you maintain your objection?
I do.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we adopt the Fisheries Committee substitute to House Bill 169? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
36 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 36 yeas and 1 nay, we have adopted the Fisheries Committee substitute to House Bill 169. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
Amendment number 1 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 1, line 13.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I move Amendment 1.
Representative Eastman.
Amendment 1 relaxes the requirements on the department slightly. In the bill currently, the department is mandated to make available application forms at each of its regional and local offices, as well as online. This would maintain the mandate that it be available online and would allow the department at its discretion to provide those paper application forms at those local offices. It also would not mandate the department to charge a fee for printing an application form. It would allow them to do so at their discretion. I think fewer mandates is better. I don't know that we are going to have sufficient need for printed applications to go through the process of establishing a fee and requiring a fee to be paid if the department can just handle that on their own.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a matter of everybody's valuable time today, I ask everybody to oppose this amendment.
Any wrap-up, Representative Eastman? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 1 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 36 nays.
With a vote of 1 yea and 36 nays, Amendment Number 1 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment Number 2 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 4, lines 3 through 4.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 2.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Currently in the bill as written, there's a 15-day deadline for the department to respond to an application and inform an applicant that their application is incomplete. And then there's also a 30-day window for the commissioner to reject an application that is not completed after that time. What Amendment 2 would do is it would provide the opportunity for the deadline to begin after an application submits a completed application. Now, if under the current version of the bill, there is an incomplete application and there's a subsequent filing that completes the application, there is no requirement to restart that 15-day time frame. This would provide that time frame would be what is already in the bill as soon as that application is completed. So once you've completed an application, that's what should start the clock.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, in a matter of time, please oppose this amendment.
Wrap up, Representative Eastman. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 2 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 37 nays.
And so with a vote of 1 yea and 37 nays, Amendment Number 2 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment Number 3 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 2, line 22.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 3.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Again, for those who may not be following this bill closely, we are dealing with fisheries rehabilitation permits. That's an opportunity for someone to help us and help our fish. And a rehabilitation permit would be approved if it is helpful to the fish. Now, for someone who is willing to help us, in essence, to do work that our state department might otherwise be doing, I don't think we should be discouraging them from applying to help us with a $100 fee. I have reduced that fee from $100 to $20 in Amendment 3. It allows nominal fee to discourage incomplete applications from being submitted and so forth. But if we have people that are trying to help us, I don't think we should be charging them $100 to try and help us.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, in a matter of time, I appreciate people that oppose this, but these applications would be very detailed, and obviously we want these to be very serious applications when we're dealing with our fish, so please oppose this.
Wrap up, Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's, I think, exactly why we want to make sure that we're not discouraging people from filing the application in the first place. If someone wants to help us, we want the application to go through. We want it to be complete, and we don't want to discourage them from starting the process.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 3 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 37 nays.
And so with a vote of 1 yea and 37 nays, Amendment Number 3 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment Number 4 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 2, lines 25 through 30.
Representative Eastman.
Amendment 4.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Amendment 4 simply deletes some extraneous requirements that are currently in the bill on page 2, lines 25 through 30. I think the safeguards elsewhere in the bill already adequately address the fact that this will be a project that will help the fish. It will be reviewed carefully and thoroughly by the department, and if the department is willing to sign off on it helping the fish and meeting these other requirements, then there's really no need for there to be established escapement goals and so forth. If it's for the benefit of the fish, then it should go forward.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage people to oppose this. We definitely want these items in this. We were very clear on what this rehabilitation bill would be doing, so we definitely want these sideboards. Thank you.
Wrap up, Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Briefly, one of the requirements going away in the amendment is that the population of the species of fish is limited. And, if the population of the species is not limited, I can't think of why we would use that as a reason to say no to authorizing a rehabilitation permit, which would help us have even more fish. Thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 4 to committee substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yay, 38 nays.
And so with a vote of 1 yay and 38 nays, amendment number 4 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 5 by Representative Josephson, beginning page 5, lines 1 through 5.
Representative Josephson.
I move Amendment 5.
Representative Josephson.
So if the members turn to page 5 of the version B as in boy before us, it makes a reference directly to 1605-871. Well, what is that? That's the Fish and Game Code. It is the section on Article 8, Protection of Waterways for Anadromous Fish. So the subject is protecting anadromous fish. That's the code. What this section, this new section would do, as written, is it would say that the previous section, section D as in David, that says upon a finding that the plans and specifications are insufficient for the proper protection of fish and game, the commissioner shall notify the person that submitted the application. In other words, it takes a section of law that says you're not adequately in your, quote, construction or work. You, applicant, are not adequately protecting fish. Sorry, you're out. And it says, under the bill, it would say, well, you're doing rehabilitation in the area, and that's good enough. And the concern is that, for example, in the Bristol Bay area, you could have an area where there could be a mining interest or other construction or work that says, I need to affect this wild stock area by interfering with the natural flow of the water or doing some construction or work. But don't worry about it, because in the same, I guess, general geographic area, they're doing a rehabilitation enhancement project. And by goodness, that's just as good. And I don't think it's just as good. And so I offer this amendment to delete that section. And I would note that the bill, which is about enhancement, still would be completely about enhancement and essentially unaffected by this amendment. This amendment changes the nature, this section changes the nature of the bill as written, the section as written, and takes us down a road that is other than enhancement in my view. And so this simply deletes that section. Thanks.
Representative Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the sentiment, but I think I oppose the policy. If the commissioner has information about rehabilitation projects available to it, if the department knows that information, I can't think why we would discourage them from making a good and prudent decision based on all the facts available and data that they actually have in their possession.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this language was asked by the department. It's a conforming change to make sure the commissioner also ensures no negative impact on one of these rehabilitation projects as a result of the construction work or other use before the commissioners authorizes that construction. So this was asked for by the department. So I oppose this amendment.
In wrap up, Representative Josephson.
Well, I'm not surprised the department asked for it. This is for example, a pro-Pebble administration. So it doesn't surprise me they asked for it. But what this says is, let's take this section in the law on protecting anadromous fish and let's soften it. Let's tweak it so that rehabilitation equals wild salmon. It'll be fine. Please stand with me in supporting this amendment.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 5, the committee substitute to House Bill 169, pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
18 yeas, 21 nays.
And so with a vote of 18 yeas and 21 nays, Amendment Number 5 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment Number 6 by Representative Josephson, beginning page 4, line 7.
Representative Josephson.
I move Amendment 6.
Representative Josephson.
Thank you. The bill, as written, says that the department shall require a permittee to collect no more than 500,000 eggs. Now, those are words of limitation. So if you're concerned about the stock, you might say, well, that's great. There's a cap. But in the packet given to us by our professional committee staff, Ms. Phillips in particular, we received over 150 letters, albeit many of them boilerplate, but some unique. And I think the 151st email in opposition, so that was 150 in opposition to the bill, and hardly any in support that I saw. But we got a letter/email from a Gail Vick of Fairbanks. She notes that she is spent more than 35 years working in the Yukon River drainage. She's currently chair, as of 10 days ago, of the Fisheries Subcommittee of the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. And at page 2, she expresses concern that 500,000 eggs for fertilization is too many. And she writes, simple math illustrates that a permitted egg take of 500,000 would take 150 to 200 wild female salmon and twice as many males. A single permit in any depleted stock region would require more fish than a depleted stock could afford. In other words, as written, there just aren't enough salmon to meet that demand. And so, and I would also note that under 5 AAC, Alaska Administrative Code, the regs for the department and its Title 16 power, as to salmonids in existing programs, which are for scientific and educational activities, the take for the existing law, so right now you can do this program, but only in scientific and educational ways, not propagation ways. That in those two ways, scientific and educational, you can't collect more than 50,000 eggs. The bill would allow 500,000 eggs. So this is designed to say, let's allow in this experimental program the same number of eggs to be captured by an individual Alaskan who's filled out a permit to propagate salmon, as is done currently and has been done in law for some time. I ask for your support.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Representative Eastman.
I rise to a question, and I'm wondering, could someone please speak to the rationale and how we ended up at the 500,000 figure?
And Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, first of all, as a supporter of the underlying goal of this bill, which is to enhance our salmon runs, particularly in the western region. It's well documented that those runs are struggling. However, I also rise in support of this amendment because what we're talking about here is an experiment. We're trying to see whether or not these smaller scale projects will have a positive impact on our overall returns that occur in these river systems where they're used. But I know that it's experiment. And when we talk about experiments, I think we need to be careful. We need to be thoughtful and give some trial run period to see whether or not we're actually achieving the goal, which is to enhance our salmon runs. I will note that this bill has been through the legislature in previous legislatures. In fact, I was serving on the Fisheries Committee back when I saw a rendition of this particular bill. And there were concerns at that time about the experimental nature of these particular projects and the concern that while we all want to do good and to increase the returns, we need to make sure that at the very least we're not doing anything to harm the situation. The sponsor of the amendment talked about the magnitude of 500,000 eggs. And, you know, when the returns are not that great to begin with, we should be concerned if, in fact, taking 500,000 eggs is more harmful potentially than helpful. So that's why I feel like this amendment is in support of the underlying amendment, which is to try to enhance our salmon returns in these areas where these projects are being instituted. So I rise in support of the amendment. Thanks.
Representative Vance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition of this amendment, but I understand where the concern comes from. And the concern is about harming the wild stock. But I would like members to take a look at some of the requirements in the previous pages. And on page 3 at the very top on line 1, it says part of the consideration that the department will look at with the permit is that it will not harm local wild fish stocks. On page 2, some of the specifications of the applicant on line 13 must include the species and number of fish to be taken and, if applicable, the number of to be taken for brood stock. For the applicant who wants to participate in this rehabilitation program, they must complete a very thorough application process, have a very good plan on exactly what they're going to do. What on page 4 that this amendment is addressing, as the sponsor did state, is that the 500,000 is a cap. This gives the commissioner a range to work with so that the commissioner can make a specific decision based upon the applicant's rehabilitation project for a specific river, a specific species, and region. There may be some areas that are much more at risk, and so the department will only issue egg take of a very limited number for rehabilitation. There may be others that could use rehabilitation but are not in as depleted of fish stocks, and so that would create a broader range for the commissioner. There are very specific requests for these projects. This is not just any individual who can who can receive this permit. This is people who are very purposeful, that have active biologists who understand what it is that they're doing. And so I oppose this amendment because it takes away the ability for the commissioner to have the flexibility to make decisions based upon what's best for that specific river and species.
Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to oppose this amendment. I think there's a lot of misinformation, especially, you know, there's people talk about, oh yeah, everybody's just going to go grab a bucket and put fish in their backyard, which is simply not true. The member from Homer, there is very specific regulations and rules that have to be followed. This isn't just some backyard science experiment. We had a indigenous person call in and testify that this has been going on for the last 14,000 years by indigenous people. This is not a science experiment. This is something that can work. Let's go back to the number. If we lowered it to 50,000, it's just a science experiment from a high school at this point. It does no good. 50,000 fish would mean about 500 fry that actually survive. And I'm going to put this in perspective. Some rivers, let's say the Kenai River, those king salmon only have to swim maybe 10 miles to actually get to their spawning grounds. There's salmon in the Yukon River that have to swim 2,000 miles to get to their spawning grounds. Do we think there's a 1% survival rate on the Yukon River? I'm going to say no, with all the obstacles, predators that those little fish have to succeed to make it back down to the ocean to survive their 3 to 7 years is astronomical. So 500,000 eggs would produce, in theory, 5,000 baby fish. Okay, so what we're trying to do with this bill, the whole purpose of the bill is at some point, somebody, a group, which is, I envision a group, would be applying for this, and they would have all the information. They would know what they're doing. The purpose is to rebuild our subsistence stocks. It wouldn't be to continue this. It's a 5-year permit. It's a life cycle of a salmon. Some of the Chinooks in the Yukon live 7 years. That's their life cycle. But it would be to rebuild it and walk away, knowing that we've rebuilt the run. So now they're just doing their own thing. The intent of this bill is to restore by reducing the maximum amount of eggs that can be taken. You reduce any potential for a positive impact if we're going to reduce this down to 50,000 eggs. We have not fished, and I say we, all people from the mouth of the Yukon to the head of the Yukon for 4 years. No subsistence fishing at all. We have a moratorium with Canada right now for 7 more years. So we're not going to be subsistence Chinook fishing for 11 consecutive years. No culture, no nothing, no food, no smokehouses going. It appears that in the legislature, we tend to not address problems when they actually arise. And we saw this forthcoming back in 2017. Representative Talarico actually submitted this bill to actually have this in place in case somebody is willing to use this. And we tend to wait until the end. We are way too far right now. If people think these fish are just going to magically start returning by droves, they're sadly mistaken. We are going to have to do something. And this allows a tool. I don't even know if there's going to be people who use it, but it's there when people are ready to use it. And so I ask people to oppose this amendment because 50,000 eggs simply isn't going to do a darn thing to help return our subsistence opportunities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I rise in support of the comments from the member from Tok. I think 50,000 is too small. And I look at the language in subsection I that these permits may be extended by the commissioner. And I have to ask, so if the 50,000 limit is under a single permit, does that also include if and when the permit is renewed? Does that same 50,000 cap apply to the entire length of the permit over however many times it's renewed? I look at the math, 50,000, we were told, from the 500,000 figure represents some 100 and change female salmon that would be captured for this project. If we're going to take that down to 50,000, so that would be fewer than 20 salmon by my calculation, but it's spaced over 5 years, so it's really 5 or less. And if it was to include additional renewals, that would be even less than that. That seems like a very, very, very small number of fish. Probably would not accomplish the goals that we have for this program.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm on the Fisheries Committee, and I have received 0 emails in opposition to any of this. I think we're doing the math wrong here. Let's back up, and I've heard some folks say, well, if you take a certain number of fish out of the equation, that's a certain number of fish that won't hatch naturally or won't that we're taking from the river stream, and that will be a certain number of eggs that the river stream won't have. Keep in mind, the reason we are doing this is to protect the hatching fish. So yes, if we take 10 fish out of the river, however many they have, 10,000 eggs apiece or 12,000, yes, we're taking 120,000 eggs out of the river, right? Or however many it is. But the survival rate of what we do, this is what we're trying to do with the bill, is to help them survive, to help them through that period where we lose them to predators, whether it be ducks or frogs or whoever's eating the eggs. We're trying to husband that. We're trying to save that. So we're doing the math wrong when we say because we take these number of fish out of the ecosystem, we're going to lose that number of eggs, and that's absolutely true. We will lose that number of eggs, but we will gain much more by protecting that same number of eggs from like 5% survival rate up to 95% survival rate using this bill and this method. So reducing it to 50,000 is like 3 fish, and I oppose this amendment.
Representative Stapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I had lots of great, I think, comments. I kind of agree with the member from Tok and the member from Big Lake. You know, to me, Madam Speaker, I oppose this amendment for 3 reasons. I think it's anti-fish, anti-family, and anti-freedom, Madam Speaker. So I'd ask the members to vote no.
In wrap-up, Representative Josephson.
Well, I think I'm still going to vote this fall for my congresswoman. But setting that aside, the reason why there's been a restriction on this sort of activity has been a pro-fish, pro-family, pro-freedom reason. So the concern comes from not, oh, let's increase hardship for people in interior Alaska. No. It comes from a science-based belief that the problems are greater than can be solved in this enhancement program, which hatches eggs, mind you. And part of this is because the evidence is that in the entire Pacific Northwest, there's not, where this effort has gone on, there's never been a circumstance where a fishery had a delisted salmon threat because of the effort. It's never worked effectively. So the idea that suddenly we're going to go from 5% to 95% survival, that isn't going to happen. And I think that's sort of misinformation. The concerns that are raised by the experts I've spoken to are that there will not be adequate segregation of populations. There will not be adequate oversight. There's no way they can do stream surveys. There's no way the department has the resources to manage this. There's greater threat to disease and genetic change. There's greater threat to predation because of more competition. And that the returning salmon under this proposal will be weaker and therefore create some maleffect on wild salmon. Look, I know there's a crisis. A number of us believe that it is related to climate and high seas intervention and bycatch. But the evidence I've read suggests there is a threat posed by this and that this program will make it worse. And so my proposal is, for now, to allow the taking of 50,000 eggs under the program, just as is done in science and educational activities. I ask for your support.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 6 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
13 yeas, 26 nays.
And so with a vote of 13 yeas and 26 nays, amendment number 6 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 7 by Representative Josephson, beginning page 2, line 23.
Representative Josephson.
I move Amendment 7.
Representative Josephson.
Yes, very briefly, there's nothing in the bill that says the department needs to survey and confirm the application's statement that there's a fish habitat or fish population problem, and this would say, department, go do that. Confirm that the claims made by the applicant are warranted. I ask for your support.
Representative Cronk.
Madam Speaker, I oppose this amendment. The department, in order for this to happen, this is just going to have to be done anyways. We already know that we have a serious lack of returning salmon to up the Yukon River into Canada. I think it was around 15,000, and the minimum escapement goal was 70,000. So I think we pretty much have already identified it, but the requirements in the whole project would actually make this a requirement anyways. But there's not a need for it. Thank you.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering why in one amendment we're very concerned at the cost of the department, and in another amendment we don't seem to care. In this particular amendment, Fish and Game already knows that. They have closed the fishery typically, like on the upper Yukon. They've closed subsistence fishery to the natives and to the people whose livelihood and lives depend on fisheries, those fisheries up there. The department already knows that, Madam Speaker. Adding an extra language in here is totally not necessary. I oppose this.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It looks like to me like there's two instances of on the line being changed. If the maker of the amendment could just speak to which the language is going to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. In wrap-up, Representative Josephson.
Yes, I ask for your support of the amendment. It would require the department to do a survey of the streams from which eggs are taken or fish eggs placed to corroborate the need and the hardship that applicant brings forth. Thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 7 to committee substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
17 yeas, 22 nays.
And so with a vote of 17 yeas and 22 nays, amendment number 7 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 8 by Representative Josephson, beginning page 2, following line 22.
Representative Josephson.
I move Amendment 8.
Representative Josephson.
That was a tepid objection, but Madam Speaker, this would require some notice. So imagine, for example, it's a stream where there's already an active scientific and educational permit being done. Shouldn't those folks who've received a permit and a prior right have some notice that there's going to be a third sort of permit in the same area that might impact their research? Seems reasonable. And so this would require the department to issue public notice.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Representative Cronk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to oppose this amendment. There's already projects out there that involve salmon, and they would have already went through the regional planning team process, which includes public notice and meetings open to the public. So this is not needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Just a question to the maker of the amendment. It just says at least 30 days provide public notice of the proposed project, not necessarily of the desire to approve the proposed project, would it be in keeping with your intent that the department could publicly announce that an application has been received and then go through their process, and then at the end of their process, following the 30 days, I would assume it would take at least that, then they could go ahead and approve that process, having already noticed the receipt of the application?
Representative Vance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think all of us like public notice on projects. However, I stand in opposition to this amendment because on page 3, it is addressed a couple of times. On line 15 in section 4, it talks about how the project will go through the regional planning area. But on line 28 in section 2, it says that the commissioner will reasonably communicate with affected persons, including relevant organizations with applicable expertise and stakeholders in the project area. So this is communicating to those in the area that it will impact the most. So I believe that the intent of this amendment is already covered in the bill.
Thank you. In wrap-up, Representative Josephson.
Well, I want to mention something the previous speaker said. That section she cites says the permittee shall provide reasonable communication. It doesn't say the department shall. And the department would know whether there are existing permits at play in the area. This is just another factor that the department can consider, which would be broader public concern, if it exists, while it's considering whether or not to issue the application. I ask for your support.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 8 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 169 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
19 yeas, 20 nays.
And so with a vote of 19 yeas and 20 nays, Amendment Number 8 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Committee substitute for House Bill number 160.
Brief at ease. Back to order. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
I have no further amendments.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Fisheries Committee substitute for House Bill 169 be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
There is an objection. This bill will be brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? When we left for this brief at ease, that everybody hopefully got a few bites in. There is an objection, and so the question before us is whether we are going to advance to third reading on the same day. Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I object to advancing to third today. After speaking with the sponsor last amendment, he's persuaded me of its benefits, and I will be moving to rescind action once this motion is concluded.
There is a motion before us. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we advance to third reading on the same day on committee substitute to House Bill 169? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
24 yeas, 15 nays.
And so with a vote of 24 yeas and 15 nays, we will not advance to third reading on the same day. Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we rescind action in failing to adopt amendment number 8.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we rescind the previous action in failing to adopt amendment number 8? Members may, to committee substitute to House Bill 169, members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
18 yeas, 21 nays.
And so with a vote of 18 yeas and 21 nays, we will not be rescinding action and failing to adopt amendment number 8. To committee substitute to House Bill 169. Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
There are no further amendments. This bill will advance to third reading on the next day's calendar. Madam Clerk, will you please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 189 by the House Labor and Commerce Committee, entitled An Act Relating to the Sale of Alcohol and Providing for an Effective Date. The The Labor and Commerce Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 189, Labor and Commerce, with the same title. Attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Carrick, Prox, Ruffridge, and Chair Sumner. No recommendation, Sadler. I have one committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute for House Bill 189 be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be grateful if someone could speak to the benefits of the changes we're about to vote on.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member can find the summary of changes in his bill packet, but just in brief, in Section 1, we specified that the person under 21 must be employed. Section 2, there was no change. Section 3 was a new section that modified theater license statutes. Section 4 previously was a Section 3, and I won't go through that on the rest, but we specified the person under 21 must be employed. Section 6 specified the person under 21 must be employed. Section 9, we updated and modified AS 0409.049. Section 11, we repealed AS 0409.250D. And then Section 12 was effective date, the updated effective date. Thanks.
Representative Eastman, do you maintain your objection? Hearing no objection, the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute to House Bill 189 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Gray, beginning page 1, line 1.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 1.
Representative Gray.
Madam Speaker, the underlying bill, House Bill 189, would allow minors to serve alcohol in certain situations. What this amendment does is warn consumers of the very real risk of cancer that alcohol consumption poses. This amendment changes the signs displayed in all points of sale of alcohol. It simplifies the language of the existing sign warning about alcohol consumption during pregnancy and adds the sentence, alcohol use can cause cancer, including breast and colon cancers. An example of the new sign has been distributed by the pages to your desks. There has been broad scientific consensus for decades that the consumption of alcohol significantly increases the risk of 7 different types of cancer, most especially colon and breast cancers. The relationship between alcohol and cancer was first documented by the World Health Organization in 1987. In 2023, the World Health Organization issued the following statement: when it comes to alcohol consumption, there is no safe amount of alcohol that does not affect health. The 2020 American Cancer Society guidelines advise complete avoidance of alcohol, specifically for cancer prevention, due to an increased risk of cancer evident with consumption of less than 1 alcoholic drink per day. That's the American Cancer Society guidelines for 2020. Alcohol-related cancers affect tens of thousands of Americans each year. Despite the long-standing medical fact that alcohol increases cancer risk, there has not been an accompanied change in public perception about the risks of alcohol consumption. Some surveys from the National Institute of Health even indicate that up to 10% of adults believe alcohol consumption would decrease their cancer risk. This is absolutely not true. All alcohol is carcinogenic. The more you drink, the greater your risk of cancer. But any amount of alcohol, even a small amount, is still carcinogenic, meaning it increases your chance of developing cancer. Alcohol consumption is the 3rd leading modifiable risk factor for cancer. Many people think that, particularly about colon and breast cancer, that it's just your genetics or bad luck. And without a doubt, genetics play a significant role, but so does one's behavior. Allowing Alaskans to make informed decisions about the risks of the products they consume is important, and that's what this amendment does. It provides Alaskans with important information that could save their or their loved ones' lives. The content of this amendment has had multiple hearings in House and Health and Social Services and in Labor and Commerce. There was an amendment in Hess that incurred a fiscal note, so that amendment has been removed from the language, and the current version of the amendment would not incur a fiscal note. Madam Speaker, I am not a teetotaler. I do not want to restrict alcohol use. I want to preserve Alaskans' freedoms to drink alcohol, but I want them to be well informed. If an Alaskan wants to reduce her or his risk of breast or colon cancer, they could choose to drink less alcohol. I believe that many would make that choice if they knew. I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to oppose this amendment. I think giving information to consumers is a worthwhile thing. Actually like the new sign and so I support it.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 2 to Amendment 1.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while given the opportunity to have a conversation about alcohol use, my amendment would insert the words after the word use on page 1, line 1 of the amendment. Alcohol use can lead to unwanted pregnancy and can during pregnancy cause birth defects. And abstinence from alcohol is likely the single greatest action we could encourage to prevent unwanted pregnancies and therefore abortions in our state. If we're going to warn about the dangers of cancer, then we ought to be warning about the dangers to ending human life. Thank you.
Representative Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment to the amendment, setting aside that women can make their own decisions about whether or not they get pregnant, and setting aside that I don't think this has anything to do with abortions. I do want to mention that pregnancy in general is not something that will kill someone, whereas learning that cancer, particularly breast and colon cancers associated with alcohol, is helpful information. It's important information, and it seems like very good policy. So I support the underlying amendment, but this one went way out of bounds for me. Thank you.
Representative Carrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise in very strong opposition to amendment number 1 to 1. First of all, this amendment to the amendment only applies to women of childbearing age, whereas the underlying amendment applies to all people. Breast and colon cancer are very known diseases that affect everyone in the population, and alcohol is a large contributor to those. Secondly, on the one hand, though usage of the word unwanted, as opposed to usage of the word unintended, may be the intent of the maker of the amendment to apply that women of childbearing age are only making poor decisions while they're consuming alcohol, or that they lack self-awareness and control while they're drinking. On another hand, and perhaps a more sinister one, this amendment to the amendment might be implying that these are women who may become victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, or rape. The other thing that this amendment does is it suggests that an unintended pregnancy is automatically an unwanted pregnancy by usage of that term. The amendment to the amendment is offensive. Please vote no.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I am just going to talk about the fact that when we did the underlying Amendment 1, we worked really hard to keep our word count so that when we went from the old sign to the new sign, we didn't increase the number of words. So we worked really hard to make it an easier to read sign that would be more impactful so that people would actually read the sign and not just see a jumble of words. So my opposition is really just more about the sign itself and how it would appear. And I think taking the content completely out of it, I think we could have probably said it differently so that we had less words and that the sign remained looking good. So that's the source of my opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition to this amendment for similar reasons as previous speakers. Just to add on to the terminology of unintended pregnancy versus unwanted pregnancy, which is what is in this amendment to the amendment, Sometimes pregnancies are wanted, but it's not the right time for an individual. Additionally, the amendment that we are currently debating, the amendment number 1, was vetted and has. Moreover, unintended pregnancies happen when a sperm fertilizes an egg and the person who's carrying that pregnancy doesn't want to continue with that pregnancy for whatever reason. But there are other factors that we can work on and policies that will help with reducing unintended pregnancies, such as sexual education, contraceptive access, family planning. I don't think this amendment hits on that. And moreover, it doesn't apply to people who don't have a uterus, women who are infertile, women who have an IUD, etc. I oppose the amendment.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems to me that we are entirely ignorant, based on comments that I've been listening to, of the fact that alcohol use by men can lead to unwanted pregnancy.
Mr. Majority Leader, Representative Sadler.
Madam Speaker, to those who say that this warning, if this doesn't apply to you, if you're infertile, if you're male, simply ignore it, read it and go on. If we are warning about the hazards of alcohol use, why not list the hazards of alcohol use? This is part of the questions I had when this bill came before me in the House Hess Committee as to why do you choose one hazard to the exclusion of others? What standard is applied? What threshold is applied? And it would appear to me if you support the underlying amendment, Amendment 1, you certainly have no reason to object to Amendment 2 to Amendment 1.
Representative Hannan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to Amendment 2 to Amendment 1. Causation and correlation, two different things. I know that it astounds many of us that the one medical professional in the group is coming to research that is well known in the medical community about the causation between alcohol consumption and cancers. The correlation between consuming alcohol and bad judgment and bad actions and drunk driving, or perhaps an unplanned or unwanted pregnancy, is a potential correlation of a social science measure that is not caused. When we are the government placing signs, we better stick to the facts. We know, and the reason we went to warning signs on alcohol and birth defects is because of the causality of it. Not a correlation, a causality. And why do we have warnings on cigarettes? Because of the causality of that cancer. Not just it can impact your running speed and other things. So this amendment distracts and from the message that should be a significant health message that we should want to have out there and shared, not making light of it or turning it into a political football that really doesn't have to do with it. And I would be happy to discuss and us talk about many of the problems that we as a society have as an outcome of overuse of alcohol, from domestic violence and drunk driving to other things. But putting it on a government warning sign is a stretch too far of losing our credibility about what we intend to do with this. So I am a no.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the previous speaker said, correlation would be car accidents. That's a correlation. Your car doesn't wreck itself because you're drinking alcohol. So trying to separate this via causation and correlation is sort of doesn't make much sense to me. Also want to mention, somebody mentioned that talked about death and killing people, and unfortunately, if somebody gets pregnant and it's an unwanted pregnancy, it does cause death. And or it could cause death if they have an abortion. So we were kind of dancing around this in several of our discussions, but it's frustrating to not understand that. And so I think I'll be in support of this amendment because I think that it makes sense.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't gonna speak on this, but I guess I'd oppose the amendment to the amendment. And the reason I'd oppose it is because I think you could put many, many things on the sign that are negative impacts of alcohol use. But I think the underlying amendment, the point behind it was that there's a lot of surveys and research that shows that while there's a high probability that drinking causes cancer, the public awareness of that is very low. I think the public awareness of the other negative impacts of alcohol use are actually very high. If you make the sign into a novel, I think it loses impact in that nobody will actually get the message that is trying to be conveyed, which is that while people don't realize that this is a negative impact of alcohol, we're putting it on the sign so we can inform the public and hopefully raise awareness of that issue. So, thank you.
In wrap-up, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I appreciate the comment from the member from Wasilla. I will just add to it to say that this was never intended to be about any one sex of our species. Obviously, it takes two to tango, and the message being sent by the state on our alcohol bottles would say alcohol use can lead to unwanted pregnancy, and pregnancy can cause birth defects. And if a young person looks down and looks at that and has a moment of awareness, maybe they will stop from what they are doing. I kind of doubt it, but maybe, just maybe.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Yeah, here. Where's that? Cats. Here he comes. All right. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 2 to amendment number 1 to committee substitute to House Bill 189 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
17 yeas, 23 nays.
And so with a vote of 17 yeas and 23 nays, amendment number 2 to amendment number 1 has failed to pass the House. We are now at the underlying amendment number 1. Is there any other comments? Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regards to the amendment, I'm a little dismayed that we wouldn't continue with the smoking cigarettes in the new sign also. I know that cigarettes aren't allowed to be smoked in alcoholic establishments, but regardless of that, I think by removing the smoking cigarettes also is I don't think that's a good idea. I think anywhere you can get a sign that reminds people about the dangers of smoking cigarettes, I think that should be included, and I don't know why it's not included in this new sign, and so I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, the concern mentioned by the member from outside of Fairbanks is something that I was curious and concerned about during the committee process, but ultimately that was actually outdated language that went way back to when one could smoke in bars. And as the chairman of the committee mentioned, one of the goals of this amendment actually was to reduce the verbiage so people read it. When you look at the sign today, it's simply too long for people to read. If this amendment is adopted, there will be fewer words, therefore maybe people will read them. So concerned as I am about Alaska's elevated rates of smoking, I think time has changed. The underlying regulations about smoking inside restaurants and bars have changed, and therefore, on balance, it does make sense to slim down the number of words, and hopefully people will read this modern, shorter, more legible sign. Thank you.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to support this amendment, basically for some of the same reasons that the member from Fairbanks had said. But, you know, it's interesting because we don't mention marijuana. That's bad for your health. We also don't mention vaping. That's bad for your health. So I'm not in agreement that we're taking smoking cigarettes out, because you know what? I'm on this body, and I know a lot of people who smoke, and this should be remaining in the sign. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sort of surprised that the Labor and Commerce Chair supports this amendment. It was in his committee for the bill itself, which is still a running bill, was in the Labor and Commerce Committee for several months, and it has not passed out. So I'm curious, I guess I'm curious why. Maybe that's a question for the Labor and Commerce Chair, why he would support this now and not as a bill in his committee.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I think a lot's being made about the fact that the amended language is going to reduce the signage requirement by 3 words. I don't know that that's terribly significant to me. I look at the language in the statute. It says the message is going to be on the first sign. It spells out the message is going to be on the second sign. It spells out the message is going to be on a third sign. I mean, at some point, I just have to ask, are these signs really doing anything? And we're requiring everyone to have these all posted. I don't know that they've ever accomplished anything, much less the cost of posting them and the time spent and so forth. I care about this issue. I would point members to House Concurrent Resolution 11. I put forward legislation on this issue about alcohol awareness, and particularly the cancer relation to alcohol use. And I encourage members to look at that, but I guess I contrast that with another requirement, and 3 signs might just be too much.
Representative Stapp.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm going to be in opposition to this amendment, though I would like the maker answer me a question. Given the fact that the conversation was you had to change these words on the sign so there wouldn't be a fiscal note, I assume that businesses are going to be putting in a new sign. Therefore, someone is going to have to pay for a new sign. And if we as a body, Madam Speaker, have debated a bunch of different things that maybe we should add to the sign to say or not add to the sign today, is the next legislature perhaps going to ask them to change their sign again and make them pay for a whole new set of signs, Madam Speaker? So I would just advise that the members should probably vote no, because someone is going to pay for signs, and if it's not going to be us, because there's no fiscal notes, I'm sure, it's some of those people who, might not actually be down here and have to buy those signs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Representative Mina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. We heard this bill in the Health and Social Services Committee. So just to first respond to the previous speaker about, will this cost money? I've asked that to the department in that bill hearing, and the division said that they did not need additional resources in order for this bill to happen. Additionally, in terms of the efficacy of signs, we had a lot of interesting conversations in the committee about that. But when we're talking about ways to reduce risk factors such as alcohol use and cancer, cancer impacts everybody. And the impact of a sign is if you have had an association with cancer in your family, and just seeing those words when you're in the liquor store and when you're at a bar, if it creates an association with your head to make you double think your actions, or even thinking about how much alcohol you've been drinking on a regular basis, how much you've been buying, I think that's worth it. We had a ton of national experts who spoke on the importance of this bill in terms of education and reducing cancer rates. And so I'm happy to support this amendment. Thank you.
In wrap-up, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the questions from folks. Some of the criticism we heard is that lots of things are bad for our health. There are other things that cause cancer. Why just do a warning about alcohol? So alcohol is a class 1 carcinogen, and what that means is that they had to take animals and give them alcohol and see if those animals developed the types of cancers that we're warning about. And the answer is yes, they did. So it's a very high level of data that's required, the very sort of challenging study to do to classify something as a class 1 carcinogen, but the animals developed cancer simply by being given alcohol. As far as the removal of the smoking cigarettes, part of that is that more than 90% of Americans today know that tobacco is associated with cancer. They know that smoking cigarettes can cause cancer. So the awareness is very, very high. And as other people mentioned, when these signs came out, smoking was allowed inside the establishments where these signs were displayed. It is no longer allowed there. And to get back to the signs themselves, are they effective? Well, we know that one of the reasons why people know about smoking is because there was such a concerted effort to educate people about it with labels on cigarette packs, signage everywhere. And so we want to start that with alcohol. We want that to begin. The sign that you see is very clear. I think if we have clear signage that's easy to read, it's going to be much more impactful than the older sign, which in my opinion is not. There's no intent that we should do new signs every year. As the member from Airport Heights in Anchorage mentioned, the director of Alaska Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office did testify that her office could absorb the cost of printing these signs. And furthermore, I'll just say for the record, she said that she could do the graphic, she could make it look like this sign, it would be no problem. Alaska has a heavy cancer burden, particularly colon cancer. We have one of the highest colon cancer rates in the world. Although all cancers are multifactorial, getting the word out that the risk of colon cancer in particular can be reduced by limiting alcohol consumption is extremely important, and we need to publicize it. This amendment achieves that. The new signage would be easier to read, and it would not incur a fiscal note. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 1, the committee substitute to House Bill 189, pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
21 yeas, 19 nays.
And so with a vote of 21 yeas and 19 nays, Amendment Number 1 has passed the House. Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? We will stand at ease while we are copying and waiting for amendments to be copied for this bill. Will the House please come back to order? Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Sumner, beginning page 5, line 22.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move amendment number 2.
Hearing no Representative Eastman. There is an objection. Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment number 2 is just a change to the effective date to make the act take effect immediately, so we could offer immediate relief to the for the tourist season for the service sector, and they could begin hiring people right away. There was some concern around the previously adopted amendment and an immediate effective date. My understanding is that the signs, should this pass, are already designed and they could send them out right away, so that would not be an issue for the effective date. Thank you.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, my office is calling Joan Wilson right now just to confirm that there would be no issue with the immediate effective date. Thank you.
Any other discussion on amendment number 2? In wrap-up, Representative Sumner. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 2 to committee substitute to House Bill 189 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
36 yeas, 2 nays.
The vote at 36 yeas and 2 nays, amendment number 2 has passed the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 3 by Representative Ruffridge, beginning page 4, line 21.
Representative Ruffridge. Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? We are on amendment number 3, Representative Ruffridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your patience. I move amendment number 3.
Representative Ruffridge.
Thank you. Amendment number 3 aims to add some clarification specifically to the Section 8. Section 8 gives authority to 18, 19, or 20-year-olds to be employed and may, for the purpose of that employment, sell, serve, or deliver or dispense alcoholic beverages. And I just want to ensure that one of those businesses may not be a business that offers adult entertainment.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This actually addresses a concern that I just first heard this morning, I had not considered, but fully support the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Stapp, you maintain your objection? Oh, all right. Is there any other persons wishing to speak to amendment number 3? In wrap-up, or Representative Ruffridge? No wrap-up. Are we ready for the question? Brief at ease. hostility. Will the House please come back to order? We are on amendment number 3. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 3, the committee substitute to House Bill 189 as amended, pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
38 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 38 yeas and 1 nay, amendment number 3 has passed the House. Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute for House Bill 189 as amended be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
There is an objection. This bill will be held over to the next day's calendar. Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? On House Bill, committee substitute to House Bill 189, are we ready for the question? Representative Eastman, this is not debatable. Representative Eastman. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we advance to third reading on the same day on committee substitute to House Bill 189 as amended? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 2 nays.
And so with a vote of 37 yeas and 2 nays, we will advance committee substitute to House Bill 189 to third reading. Madam Clerk.
Committee substitute for House Bill number 189, Labor and Commerce amended by the House Labor and Commerce Committee, entitled An Act Relating to the Sale of Alcohol, relating to the posting of warning signs for alcoholic beverages and providing for an effective date.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 189 would allow individuals aged 18 to 20 to sell, serve, deliver, and dispense alcohol in restaurants and other licensed establishments under appropriate supervision. The bill also expands the hours of alcohol service for theater license holders. Currently, Alaska is one of only three states that restrict alcohol service-related jobs to those 21 and over. HB 189 would address labor shortages, provide income opportunities for young adults, and strengthen businesses, leading to greater economic contributions. Existing training programs for responsible alcohol service combined with supervision will ensure young adults in these industries can handle alcohol sales and service safely and responsibly. And I encourage members to please support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the reason that gives me pause in supporting the bill, one of them is that amended on the board, because we just passed a number of amendments to this bill, and I haven't yet had a chance to see the finished bill with the amendments included, or time to receive feedback from my constituents on some of those amendments. I do support the idea of making sure that the adult entertainment industry is considered in the bill, so I appreciated that change. But some of these other changes I'm a little bit less certain on, and I think with a little bit more time, it probably might have been easier to get to a yes vote, but at the moment, I'm a no vote.
Wrap up, Representative Sumner. Oh, excuse me, Representative Mina. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm raising in support of this bill, but I just want to comment on Alaska being one of 3 states that currently doesn't allow underage serving of alcohol. I think with a state that has high rates of alcohol use, particularly with underage drinking. A report from a couple of years ago stated that 14.9% of minors between the ages of 12 and 18 had consumed alcohol within the past month. The rates of binge drinking for that age group is also at 9%. And I think we just need to be intentional about how different bills impact our rates of underage drinking. The Department of Health also released a report about a decade ago about these different factors that contribute to underage drinking. And there are situations where it is the parent-family relationships as well as school connectedness that help prevent these rates of underage drinking. And so I hope that the compliance and the enforcement in this bill helps prevent those factors. But I just wanted to state those concerns on the record. Thank you.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the underlying bill. I support the idea of bars and restaurants that serve alcohol are struggling to find people to employ, and that this would make it easier on them. However, once you take a huge amendment like we just passed, or pieces of a huge bill and try to stuff them into there. It makes a bill that I signed a chit sheet for, frankly, something that I don't want to support with a little bit of further discussion, as the representative from Wasilla said, with my constituents and with business owners in my district. So now we've taken a bill, essentially, or large pieces of a bill that is traveling through 2 different committees and it seems to be stuck in a committee, and we're trying to jam pieces of it into this legislation, and it makes this legislation something that it's not. I don't know why we're doing that. I don't know if it was for reasons to attract other people to the bill, but in this case, it made me, I'm not going to be able to honor my chit because this bill is now not something that I had a chance to look at.
Representative Carrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise in support of this legislation and just say, as a member of the House Labor and Commerce Committee, this bill was really thoroughly vetted, and I would have supported it with or without the passage of the amendment, which the member from Big Lake described as very substantive. I actually don't think that amendment is that substantive when we think about many amendments that we've considered on this floor in relation to bills, and that bill was also, or that amendment was also thoroughly considered in a couple of committees of referral, and I would sort of object to the idea that it was stuck in House Labor and Commerce. I think the committee chair could provide a better perspective, but the House Labor and Commerce Committee has met every week, 3 times a week, with very little exception, with a very full calendar. We heard the bill fairly recently, and I do believe the intent was to continue hearing that bill. So with that, I just want to say I truly support House Bill 189 and the amendments that were offered today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Very briefly, Madam. For the record, I want to state this bill does not allow minors to drink alcohol. It is allowed to encourage minors to work in the hospitality industry, which is an important component of our tourism industry, one of our great growth industries. And the hospitality industry works very, very hard to comply with all the prohibitions and laws against youth consuming alcohol. You lose your job, you can lose your license. I know the bar and restaurant owners are death on underage drinking. And if they have somebody working in their place that is a minor, they're going to be very, very diligent and vigilant for that. I think that young people having the opportunity to work in bars and restaurants, the hospitality industry, is a good thing for them and good thing for their local economy. And I have my concerns about the way the big amendment was added. I have my concerns about that, but that, for me, does not denigrate from the ultimate purpose of the bill. So I support the bill as passed.
In wrap-up, Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to say I think this bill provides important relief for the industry, in great service, entry-level service sector jobs for young folks. To address the concerns about the amendments adopted, one was simply an effective date amendment. One was brought by the representative to my left, and I think addressed a concern that I hadn't thought of, but I don't think anybody will really find it an objectionable concern or amendment. And then the sign amendment, permission to read, Madam Speaker?
Without objection, Representative
So
Sumner.
to read from the fiscal note from AMCO on that amendment, or the bill that amendment came from, the Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office prints required warning signs and provides them to alcohol beverage licensees. If adopted, this bill would require AMCO to replace existing signs. In addition, AMCO will need to update and notice associated regulations. The cost of these changes will be absorbed by AMCO's existing authority. So this is not putting an additional burden on the private sector. It's simply updating signs that, frankly, were in need of update. I don't believe we received in Labor and Commerce any negative feedback on that bill that the associated amendment came from. And we certainly weren't intentionally sitting on the bill, but I think, like the member from Fairbanks said, we've had a very full calendar, sometimes 5 bill hearings in a day, and I didn't oppose it. I think it's a very reasonable thing, and I would hope everybody would still support the bill. Thank you.
We've had wrap-up. Representative Allard, was there a motion? Thank you. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 189 as amended pass the House on final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
36 yeas, 4 nays.
And so with a vote of 36 yeas and 4 nays, committee substitute to House Bill 189 as amended has passed the House. Mr. Majority Leader.
I move and ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote and passage of the bill be considered the roll call vote on the effective date clause.
Hearing no objection, the effective date clause has been adopted. All right. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 233 by Representatives Tomaszewski, Shaw, Josephson, Stapp, Colomb, Carrick, Wright, Allard, Cronk, Ruffridge, Stutz, Prox, Vance, Ortiz, Foster, Galvin, and McKay, entitled An Act Relating to Rates and Time Allowances for Motor Vehicle Warranty Work. The Labor and Commerce Committee considered the bill, attached one new zero fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Wright and Carrick, no recommendation, Fields, Prox, Sadler, and Vice Chair Ruffridge. The Transportation Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 233, Transportation, with a new title. Attached one previously published zero fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Stutz and Chair McCabe, no recommendation, Craig Johnson, Vance, McKay, Mina, amend, Sumner. There's one committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Transportation Committee substitute for House Bill 233 with a new title be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be grateful if someone could speak to the changes that we're about to vote on.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The changes outlined in the package today are here before us, and I will be happy to speak on those changes. Page 1, lines 11 through 13 is amended to read otherwise, unless otherwise agreed to by the manufacturer and the new motor vehicle dealer, the schedule of compensation may not contain rates less than the rates that the new motor vehicle dealer charges retail customers for similar non-warranty service work, and time allowances less than time allowances provided in independent labor time guides. Page 2, section 9, or line 9, section 4 is amended to include unfair practices and adds subsection 8, which prevents the manufacturer from passing on extra costs incurred for warranty work due to the dealer through additional charges like surcharges, administrative fees, and other supplementary fees. Page 3, line 23, section 5 is simply renumbered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman, do you maintain your objection?
I do, thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we adopt the Transportation Committee substitute to House Bill 233? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 37 yeas and 1 nay, we have adopted the Transportation Committee substitute to House Bill 233. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
Amendment number 1 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 2, line 7.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 1.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. The Amendment 1 deals with the definition of time allowance. Currently in the bill, time allowance is defined as the maximum number of hours of labor that may be billed for a particular job. Some jobs have an even number of hours. Some are appropriately categorized as an hour and then a portion of an hour. Amendment 1 makes clear that we are not requiring that the time allowance be categorized in even number hours. It simply adds the words "and fraction of an hour" to allow for those jobs that require a fraction.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that hours include fractions of hours. However, I am not opposed to this amendment and would be happy to allow it to pass without objection. Thank you.
All right. In wrap up, Representative Eastman. All right. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 1 to committee substitute to House Bill 233 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
27 yeas, 12 nays.
And so with a vote of 27 yeas and 12 nays, amendment number 1 has passed the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Sumner, beginning page 3, line 27.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move amendment number 2.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment number 2 simply directs the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development to establish regulations for independent shops to make necessary warranty repairs. And Madam Speaker, the reason I think this amendment is necessary is because I worry about the cost to retail consumers. In the bill, what we are saying is whatever independent time guide and rates that the dealers charge to the retail customers, they get to charge to the manufacturers for warranty rates. And that may sound great on its face, but I think that what that will incentivize the dealers to do is to increase, essentially maximize what they're charging their retail customers, even if they lose retail customers, because they have the captive market that only they get to serve of warranty repair. So they will, even at the expense of retail customers, raise rates and adopt the most generous time guides. And they'll have to apply to both, so this will apply to their retail customers, greatly increasing costs to retail customers. So I think without the counterbalancing effect of opening up warranty repairs, as set out by the department, I think they will do a regulatory process. They'll hear from both sides and set out a fair standard under which these independent shops can also offer the warranty repairs. And I might add, I think that this would have the benefit of reducing time to get your warranty repairs done, which also is a good consumer benefit. So I would ask the members to support this amendment if you care about the retail consumer. Thank you.
Representative Cronk.
Madam Speaker, I oppose this amendment. Allowing independents to do warranty work is more complicated than Medicaid. Our dealers, the ones that live in our towns, our families and friends that work there, are at these dealers. They've been doing this warranty work at a, kind of a free rate, kind of almost a scam to have to do this warranty work. How is this going to benefit the dealers that they have to invest in a facility, they have to get training certificates, and sometimes they have to send those employees to the lower 48 to do this. They have to have rental cars, the right computers, technicians, tools that are in excess of $100,000, specialized tools. And we're going to just say, okay, now independent people can do the same thing, not held to the same standards. This amendment does not fix the problem. Our dealers, in 2018, there was a bill in the legislature that allowed dealers to receive the average hourly rate for warranty work. But the hours weren't included because the manufacturers were expected to come back and actually solve that problem. It's been 6 years. These dealers have been waiting for the solution. And what did they have to do? They had to come to us for a bill to solve this issue. So this is, I would highly suggest people vote no on this amendment.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond briefly to the idea that warranty work is a scam, I guess, against the dealers. And if it's a scam, I think it's probably a scam against the customer, because the customer is paying for the warranty, and when they pay down the money, they get nothing. And many people have purchased warranties and gotten nothing in return other than maybe peace of mind or something like that. The fact that there are some individuals that need to exercise their warranty because in some cases the manufacturer or the dealer did not provide them what they were hoping to be provided, and so the warranty kicks in to make up where they suffer loss. That is not a scam, and those who sell warranties generally make a lot of money off of it.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Thank you. I know this is a long day. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation. Representative Stapp on amendment number 2.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment for probably 5 separate reasons. I think it's important not to get service contracts mixed up with manufacturer's warranties. So the first reason, Madam Speaker, is if a manufacturer wanted to have an agreement, repair agreement with an independent repair shop, they can actually do that already because it's in the manufacturer's prerogative to do so, right? Nothing pertains a manufacturer from negotiating a warranty agreement with anyone. So the reason they do that with auto dealers is because they're captive market, right? They make requirements for their own franchisees, just like any other franchise, McDonald's, Carl's Jr., Chili's. I know we don't have Chili's no more, but I still figured I would put that on the record. They make a contract agreement with their franchisee in order to take the brand, whether it be General Motors or Nissan or Ford or something like that. The dealer has to acquiesce to a ton of different regulatory framework and have a ton of different fixed costs to maintain the quality of the brand. All right. So established number 1, they can do that already. And there's reasons that auto dealers have to make these types of regulatory requirements in order to get the warranty work from the manufacturer. So the second aspect is I don't actually believe the state needs to be involved in a regulatory framework for an independent, Madam Speaker, because of the first part. I would say it's a little strange to ask the Department of Commerce to kind of get involved in this minute level of contracting. I don't think we do that in a lot of other things, especially when, as I said before, it's not necessary. Again, if a manufacturer wanted to create an agreement with a non-dealer entity and circumvent their own franchise for warranty work, that's their prerogative. Nobody can stop them. The third thing is, Madam Speaker, is the mechanics of the contract. So I kind of mentioned that there are technical aspects as to somebody had mentioned that this concept was on the table 6 years ago and the manufacturers never wanted to push the issue. The reason is because of the proprietary information regarding aftermarket parts and actually manufacturers' parts. So the reason a lot of manufacturers don't want individuals working on their product outside of their franchisee agreement is because they don't want their trade secrets being shared to their competitors, number 1. And 2, they want their parts used as part of their warranty agreement. So I'll give you a practical example, Madam Speaker. So I have a Ford. I took it to Seekins because I had a warranty a few years ago. They put me on a 3-month waiting period, and it was December in Fairbanks, and I had no blower motor in my truck. And as you can imagine, driving around at Fairbanks at 40 below without a heater is not a fun thing to do. So rather than wait the 3 months, Madam Speaker, I took my truck to a friend of mine who owned an auto repair shop, and they fixed it with aftermarket parts, okay? So part of the reason that there's a 3-month waiting period is because of this tension that exists between the auto dealer and, of course, the franchisee, where warranty work is just not profitable at the moment for the auto dealer. Therefore, you have long waiting lists. And, of course, the final reason, Madam Speaker, that I would oppose the amendment that I'm sure the maker would share is it's likely to create a fiscal note. And this bill did not have one of those prior to that. And I've been told in previous bills that creating fiscal notes on the floor is how you kill bills, Madam Speaker. So we probably shouldn't do that. Thank you.
Representative Stutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. And I think what it does is it levels the playing field. Coming from rural Alaska, where we have no dealerships. So a few years ago, in 2018, what the agreement was, if you take your automobile to a certified mechanic in my community, then they will cover the warranty work. So I think it just makes it a little easier that I'm sure that it's already in statute now that it would have to be a certified mechanic, but it allows, instead of waiting for 3 months, like the member from Fairbanks just said, it would have allowed him to take it to an independent mechanic shop that has a certified dealer to have the repairs done. So I stand in full support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Prox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in
hesitant opposition to this bill, or to this amendment, as I am in hesitant to support of the underlying bill. Because we're getting in the middle of commercial contracts between private businesses and franchisees, and we're trying to overregulate the industry. And this all, as I understand it, comes about because of some federal bill. But the warranty, it's a manufacturer's liability to the customer that purchases the vehicle, and then the manufacturer has established a relationship with the franchisee, the dealer. I don't know that there's anything right now that prevents the manufacturer from certifying other dealers, but I'm hesitant to require them to require the manufacturers to accept the work from some repair shop they have not had the ability to certify. So I am in hesitant opposition to this amendment.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like other speakers have said, I'm sort of disappointed that we're in the middle of this. Frankly, I can't think of two entities that need each other more than the automobile dealers and the manufacturers. And now we're going to add two more entities, private shops and the department who is supposedly supposed to develop regulations without us. So I can imagine that we will be back here, no matter how this goes, in a few years, mediating between private shops and dealers, or private shops and manufacturers. And then we will, of course, have to get the Department of Commerce involved because they will have established regulations that are outside our control. So again, I can't stress how disappointed I am that we are interfering in the free market. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am going to rise in opposition to this amendment. I do appreciate the maker's intention. However, the burden that this will place on the department is really, the consequences are not known at this point. Manufacturer warranties manuals can be 300 pages plus. Are we going to dive into that and direct our departments to get in the middle of how many tools, what kind of parts they have to stock? Are the independent dealer are the independent shops going to be beholden to the same dynamic amount of regulations or regulations that the manufacturers place on the dealers? Is it going to be a level playing field? We don't know. Are they going to be required to have their particular parts on stock like the dealers have to? Are they going to, are the independent shops going to have the same amount, same specific tools that the dealers are required to hold, to have to do this work? We don't know. This doesn't address any of that. I think what else this is going to do is could generate a huge fiscal note. We don't know, and a lot of times when you are doing things like this on the fly, handwritten amendments, I think we should probably reject this, and I would appreciate a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I just want to oppose this for one reason: speed. We as legislature are not thought often of being the most speedy agency out there. Our department can't be speedy either because we've told them they have to follow a very prescribed path through public comment period and proposing regulations and legal review and so forth. Whereas a manufacturer, based on the nature of their business, is often always trying to compete and maintain a competitive advantage and dealing with things like recalls and new warranty packages. Whatever changes the manufacturer makes, the department's going to have to try and play catch up with every time there's a change. And that is going to create delays. And I do not believe that we have a regulatory process that is designed to keep up with changes in the market that are going to occur. We just know they're going to occur.
In wrap up, Representative Eastman. I'm so sorry. I did. Representative Sumner in wrap up.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a few times, how would this amendment benefit the dealer? I think maybe that's the wrong question. I don't know how many dealership owners live in my district. I would prefer to think about how will this amendment benefit the retail customer, because I feel like I have a heck of a lot more of those in my district. I think a lot was made of, well, we're getting in the middle of contracts. Well, there is a lot of statute, Madam Speaker, already getting in the middle of contracts. This bill is getting in the middle of contracts. We're here because we were told that our previous efforts getting in the middle of contracts caused a problem, and now we have to come back and address it. Well, I would imagine this bill is going to cause a problem too, and we'll be back trying to address it. Now, I don't think we should be getting in the middle of these contracts, but if we are, I think that the way we should be doing it is with the flexibility, now not great flexibility in government regulation, but more than strict prescriptions in statute. So that's one thing. I think that potentially we wouldn't have to be back next year working on this yet again and not getting it right yet again. To the comment from the member of Fairbanks, I'm glad he brought that up. I'm sorry he had to wait 3 months to get his repair done, but if we pass the amendment, he might not have had to pay for it. And the question about dealer parts, Madam Speaker, in statute 45.325, it already says that a manufacturer shall provide the authorized dealer or repairing agent with any parts necessary to make a repair. A repairing agent already appears in our statute many times. The parts would be manufacturer parts. These would be certified independent repair shops. I don't understand why people would oppose this effort to help the retail customer, Madam Speaker. And I ask the members to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 2 to committee substitute to House Bill 233 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
20 yeas, 19 nays.
And so with a vote of 20 yeas and 19 nays, amendment number 2 has passed the House. Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move and ask unanimous consent to rescind action on amendment number 3.
Please. Brief at ease. House, please come back to order. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we rescind previous action in adopting amendment number 2 to committee substitute to House Bill 233 as amended? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
25 yeas, 14 nays.
And so with a vote of 25 yeas and 14 nays, we will rescind action in adopting amendment number 2. Brief at ease. House, please come back to order. We are now at amendment number 2. Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, once again, back on amendment number 2. I would just like the members to consider who it is that we work for. And I think it's your everyday average customer. I think in this period of high inflation, we shouldn't want to pile more costs onto the retail consumer. I think we can do good work to get down warranty times. And Madam Speaker, if we pass the amendment and you like your dealer, you can keep your dealer. If you like your shop, you can keep your shop. Let's pass the amendment so we can see what's in it. Thank you.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I voted against this a moment ago. I'm going to vote against this now for the same reasons. But it does occur to me that for those who might wish to change their vote from what it was previous, sometimes it's very helpful to the public watching to know some of the reasons why. Because all the public sees sometimes is a vote and then along at ease, and people go and they have a conversation off the record, and then the vote changes and they just are left wondering, well, what just happened there? So for transparency, I offer that my reasons haven't changed. I still look at this as something that could potentially negatively impact the consumer when you adjust the way that warranties are serviced. You also inevitably adjust the ways that future warranties are sold. And so that same warranty that you could, get for several $100s now might be in the thousands of dollars because the dynamics change. Now the ability of those who are working on the warranty, both the dealers and the manufacturers, either of which could be selling the warranty, they can't make as much money based on the new arrangement, so the price goes up for the consumer, and I would hate to see that happen.
Thank you. Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe I asked for a rescind because we were missing a member in the last vote, and I think things would have been a little bit different. To address the maker of the amendment, this isn't changing the independent labor time guides. Those are set. This is addressing the manufacturer's time guides that they give to the dealers. This isn't going to increase the cost for the retail customers. Those labor guides are set. They're not going to be changed, and nothing in this bill allows them to be changed. And I have heard that saying before, you can, if you want to keep your dealer, I don't know. I heard it before as if you like your doctor, you could keep your doctor. I lost my doctor. So I would ask everyone to vote no on this, please. Thank you.
Representative Prox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I checked my guidelines for the American Association of the Chronically Undecided.
Thank you, Representative Prox.
Fundamentally, I don't think, however this bill passes or eventually, if this bill passes, I doubt that it's going to work out the way that we expect. Just like when we try to get in the business of interfering in medical care. It just seems the more we try to fix it, the more it gets broken. I kind of expect that the same thing is going to happen. But we did go through a process in the Labor and Commerce Committee, and I guess I'm going to go back to the decision that was made. And considering this amendment on the floor, it's a flawed way of looking at things. And I think, unfortunately, that I don't know, it is the way it is, that the manufacturers probably could do this if they wanted to, what is proposed by Amendment 3. And the underlying bill is going to cause them perhaps to do that anyway. So my guideline to the chronically indecisive says go back to the previous process. So I'm going to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious, have we all just been proxed? So I would like to reiterate again that this amendment is not going to do what people think it's going to do. First place, many manufacturers, for warranty work, especially new cars, have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of special tools. So now we are going to require an independent shop, say in Kodiak, to buy all those tools to service the warranty of a car there. And we're going to allow the Department of Commerce to establish the regulations that says, Mr. Independent Shop Owner with one teenage mechanic, if you want to service a whatever car in Kodiak, you are going to have to buy those special tools. It is going to immediately put that independent shop out of business, because independent shops typically don't have the bandwidth or the money to buy those tools, nor the bandwidth to send their mechanics out to be trained, factory trained on the special tools. I don't necessarily disagree with the thought behind the amendment. I think it's poorly worded. I think it puts the department into the mix where they don't even belong. If you look at the Title IV bill we did 2 years ago, they still have not developed the regulations for that. So now we're going to saddle them with a pile of new regulations for however many car dealers there are in Alaska. I just think it's wrong for us to step into it at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are we ready for the question? Oh, Representative Summer, wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the member from Big Lake is completely wrong about that requirement for thousands or hundreds of thousands of tools. And certainly I don't think the department is going to put independent shops out of business. And certainly they don't have to offer warranty repairs if they choose not to. I don't think right now, typically, if you bring your car to an independent shop, they're not getting reimbursed for repairs. So, but I guess I just question why it is we're doing this. Do we have the consumer's best interests in mind? And then to the member from Wasilla's point, 4545-300, which this is being put under, it applies only to new vehicles sold in manufacturer warranties, not aftermarket warranties. So this will not drive up the cost of aftermarket or outside of manufacturer express warranties. So that is not an argument. Now you might argue this will drive up the cost of vehicles. I would say we're such a small market that is improbable that the manufacturers would then drive up the cost of their vehicles nationwide because of this. And I would ask for the members' support. Thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 2 to committee substitute to House Bill 233 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
18 yeas, 22 nays.
And so with a vote of 18 yeas and 22 nays, amendment number 2 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 3 by Representative Gray, beginning page 2, line 3.
Representative Gray.
I move Amendment 3.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what this amendment would do is make it so that any additional money that is gained from dealerships through the passage of the underlying bill would go to increase the wages of mechanics. When this bill was first introduced to me by folks who came into my office, they all said that the reason for this bill is that mechanics are expected to do things like replace an entire engine in just a few hours when they know it would take 27 hours. And that basically the manufacturer, when they compute the time that it takes to do certain repairs, do so under these extraordinarily controlled conditions. And they're able to come up with these ridiculous times that it takes to do repairs. And in the real world, it takes mechanics a lot longer to do it. And the dealers are reimbursed for only the amount of hours that the manufacturer said it should have taken. So I got very excited. And I was like, this is like a union bill. Like, yes, come back mechanics and make a lot of money. Let's help the mechanics make a lot of money. And I love that. But I called my cousin. My aunt and uncle own a dealership in Texas, and I called my cousin who'd worked as a mechanic for them, and he immediately explained that warranties are included in the manufacturer's suggested retail price of a vehicle. That when a manufacturer is determining how much a vehicle will cost, they factor in the cost of the warranties. If warranties cost more because they're going to have to pay out more money in hours to mechanics, then the price of vehicles will rise. And because of laws that mean that you can't charge more for a vehicle in Alaska than you do in California or Texas or Louisiana, prices all over the country will rise. It may not be very much. Alaska's a small state. But the point is he was like, look, the person who's going to pay for this is the consumer. People will pay more for their vehicles in order to get more money for the manufacturer to send that money to pay for the warranty to the dealer. We then had folks come into this building and say, hey, look, the dealers are just going to keep this as profit. Only a very small amount is going to go to the mechanic. And that makes me concerned. If I want to help the mechanic, then I want to know that the money that we're raising to pay those mechanics fairly is going to go to the mechanics. And that's the intent of this amendment, and I hope that you will support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
I rise in opposition to Amendment 3. Yes, certainly manufacturers they build in the cost of warranty work and the price of their vehicles. But I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how warranty work works at a dealership. There are not profits. If a manufacturer has to pay a dealer to repair a defect in the car, that's not a profit, that's a sunk cost. Again, certainly they price in the cost of those warranties, and it is to the manufacturer's advantage to not pay much for that warranty work. That's where the benefit is to the manufacturer. So I think there's that fundamental misunderstanding. Second, this amendment would put the state in the position of opening up the books of the dealers and saying, what are your expenses? What are your income? What is your profit? And so that's not something we should be doing. So on a couple different levels, this is not a good amendment. I'm going to vote against it. I encourage you not to as well.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the representative who brought this amendment may misunderstand the underlying bill. This automatically happens for the mechanics by increasing the time allotment that they get for a particular job. That automatically translates to more money on their paycheck. So this automatically happens. For this amendment, and I'm sorry, I've only just seen it today in the last hour or so, so I don't know what the unforeseen consequences for opening up the books of the dealers, and in fact what that would impose them to be doing might actually take away, add more additional cost where they couldn't pass it on to others. Maybe those are not doing the mechanical work, maybe the secretaries, the people answering the phones. I don't think this is a good amendment. I think this automatically happens with the adjustments in the number and hours of rates, and I would ask that the body oppose this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Stapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Appreciate the intent of the maker. I would just say what this amendment does is it tells the business basically how they have to spend their money at their business. And I just kind of fundamentally believe that we as a body, Madam Speaker, should probably not tell private companies how to spend money that they get for performing services. If we were to do that, we could certainly do that in about a million different ways. I also think that this amendment is unneeded because I think this is exactly what will happen in the event that the underlying bill passes, i.e. the value of the service will go up, and therefore, you know, the mechanics who are being attrited out of these dealerships and going to work for other places will naturally have higher have a higher wage. That's actually what free market competition does, Madam Speaker. I have a cousin who told me that once too. It was I think in an economics book somewhere where you talked about, you know, compensation, wages, price, labor force participation, that type of stuff. And I don't believe we as a body should be in the business of, again, prescribing every minute detail of a business's operation in statute. So I'd ask the members to vote no.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm not really sure, Madam Speaker, how this would work. I mean, I guess we would now have to audit, the state would have to audit the books of the dealers and compare profitability, but I'm not sure how we would compare what they would have made without the bill to what they would have made with the bill. I mean, it would, profits could fluctuate year to year anyhow. But I do think that the member from Fairbanks is wrong in that this, if applied somehow, would actually require them to make additional payments to the mechanics if it could be somehow established that they were making more profit under the bill. So I don't think, yeah, but I guess I would probably have to oppose this. Thank you.
Representative Carrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am going to rise in support of amendment number 3, and I actually do support the underlying bill. I'm a co-sponsor on it. I think it's really valuable. Throughout the process of learning about this legislation before the committee hearings this year, and then through those committee hearings and in private meetings, I continually heard from local dealership owners and mechanics that this legislation is intended to help create a better profit margin for the local dealerships so that they can pay their mechanics better, because the requirements placed on them by the manufacturers are unfair. I agree with them. To the member from East Fairbanks who said we should not pass amendment number 3 because we should not tell a private business how to spend their money, we are here in the underlying bill weighing in on how a private business should be regulated in regards to another private business, the local dealerships. And so while I firmly support the underlying bill, I think we should also seriously consider supporting Amendment 3, because this amendment clarifies exactly what the intent has been stated over and over is of the underlying bill, that the profits gained by saying we support our local dealerships and we want to make sure that the requirements on them are fair, we want that to be passed on to our mechanics. We should make sure that that's actually the case. And I would encourage people to support Amendment 3.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first step in solving any problem is identifying what the problem actually is, setting the sideboards, if you will, on what the problem is. The problem right now is the dealerships cannot keep mechanics. Why can't they keep mechanics? Because doing warranty work, the dealerships are not being paid for the amount of time it takes those mechanics to do the warranty work. Thus, they are not paying the mechanics. That, in a nutshell, is the problem. So if the dealers actually get paid the number of hours that it actually takes their mechanics to do the job, and they don't pass the money on to the mechanics, like this amendment infers that they won't, they're going to continue to lose mechanics, so they haven't really solved the problem. So in my opinion, this amendment is unneeded. It does not go any direction towards solving the problem at all. This isn't about pay. The pay is going to adjust itself out. This is about the number of hours a mechanic gets paid to do work that might take him longer, such as we said and heard earlier, 9 hours to replace an engine that actually takes 29 hours to do. Or it takes 2 very skilled mechanics 12 hours to do. They're not getting paid fairly for the number of hours that they work. And that's all that the problem is, and I think that this amendment kind of goes too deep into trying to solve something that's not a problem.
Representative Hannan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only wish we had as much concern for people who are working with children trying to achieve a goal than just mechanics and how much time it takes.
Representative Crunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to keep this really simple. why we should oppose this. Techs are on a profit sharing plan. Yes, the dealers will get some of the money, but the techs will get the lion's share of what they call the profits. So this is why you should oppose this. They will get paid.
Representative Gray in wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To respond to a couple of folks, to the member from Big Lake, dealers could raise the rates that they pay their techs right now. They could change the hourly rate. They would lose some of their profit margin, but they could decide that they're going to pay a higher hourly rate to their mechanics if they wanted to. To the member from Fort Wainwright, if you really care about a free market, then how about not telling manufacturers how much they have to pay for repairs? Like, maybe if we're going to say, hey, you know what? The state of Alaska knows how to do this business, and we're going to stick our hands into this private industry and tell you guys how to pay people. If that's what we're going to do, let's make sure that the people that are getting paid are the mechanics and not the dealers. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 3 to committee substitute to House Bill 233 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
9 yeas, 31 nays.
And so with a vote of 9 yeas and 31 nays, amendment number 3 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 4 by Representative Sumner, beginning page 1, line 1.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move amendment number 4.
Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member from District 32 brought up the point that the previous amendment in requiring the department to write regulations would add a sizable fiscal note. Now, certainly it's not my intention to stop this bill by causing it to pick up a fiscal note. While I did think that that was the more flexible approach to the problem, I offer amendment number 4 as a statutory approach to the same problem, which would not cause a fiscal note. Yeah, I think all the other arguments apply. Thank you.
Representative Stapp.
I rise to a question, Madam Speaker. This amendment's 7 pages long, so the sponsor should maybe do a little bit better job explaining. Thanks.
Thank you. Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? We are on amendment number 4 to committee substitute to House Bill 233. Is there any other discussion? Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been told that I'm repeating myself, so I won't say again how much I disagree with being in the middle of this. What I would like to do, however, is read some stuff out of this amendment to establish, if you don't mind, with permission.
Without objection, Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To establish the retail percentage markup the shop shall submit to the manufacturer or distributor 100 sequentially chronologically issued retail service repair orders paid for by customers for warranty-like repairs. Next thing I'd like to read, repairs for manufacturer or distributor. A manufacturer or distributor may not include in the calculation of the rates nuts, bolts, fasteners, similar items that do not have an individual part number. Well, what about cotter keys and nuts don't have a part number? I don't know. Tires, batteries, light bulbs, not covered. I think tires are covered under the warranty. Maybe we need to add a section in here that says that the manufacturer's warranty will cover transportation from Sitka, Kodiak, Ketchikan on the ferry to get to the dealer that is supposed to be doing the manufacturer's repairs. Finally, Madam Speaker, what I would like to read is in the bill itself. It's germane to this amendment. Page 1, line 11 under section 2 says, unless otherwise agreed to by the manufacturer and the new motor vehicle dealer. This was the agreement from 6 years ago, Madam Speaker, that they could make an agreement outside of this. What are we trying to do here on the floor? Are we trying to make a new Chilton's manual? Are we trying to redefine the manufacturer's warranty manual? Once again, we shouldn't be doing this. I oppose this amendment.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I applaud the maker of the amendment, if nothing else, for putting a lot of thought into this and coming up with a 7-page amendment. I appreciate his passion towards reducing costs for consumers. I'd love to stand with him to accomplish that. I just don't see that happening through this amendment. I did read through the amendment. Some things stuck out at me. It is in section 8 where we talk about how if someone performing repairs under the statute is unable to do so, they try to fix it and they can't, well, that's what triggers the obligation for the manufacturer distributor to accept return of the vehicle. And at the owner's option, so I guess they choose, shall replace the non-conforming vehicle with a new comparable vehicle or shall refund the full purchase price to the owner. Well, that seems like quite an arrangement. If you, as the manufacturer, are now relying upon, trusting an independent to perform repairs, and they, through every fault of their own, can't fix the car, but now you're on the hook to replace the car. I can see why that is not currently in statute, because that is quite the obligation on the manufacturer, particularly if there is less skilled workers at the independent shop that's doing the repairs. I would hope that we can make sure that if someone is at fault for not completing repairs timely or in the proper quality, that they're the ones that have to replace the car, or whatever the obligation is, not someone else, i.e. the manufacturer or the distributor. I see that the manufacturer is required to ship parts. The person receiving the parts can't be charged additional charges for freight or handling. It has to be as soon as possible. Again, these are all obligations that are going to fall on the manufacturer or the distributor. Additional costs that they're going to have to figure out how to pay for. I see that there's a robust, very sophisticated way of assessing what the charges are going to be, particularly the retail percentage markup. And that requires the independent shop to come up with 100 sequential chronologically issued retail service repair orders paid by customers for warranty-like repairs. And I'm just wondering, what if the independent shop doesn't have 100? And they have to be within the last 100 days. What if they only have 50 to go off of? How do you deal with that kind of situation? Other items, I think, come to the same point. You have a particular item on line 8, page 6, which specifically states a shop may not receive more than one rate increase in a calendar year. And that, I think, points to the difficulty of creating warranty services based on a bureaucratic solution. I think it would be the same problem if the department was passing regulations like in the previous amendment we just talked about. I don't know that a bureaucracy is the way to solve this particular problem. I can certainly see a situation in a high inflation environment where the prices need to go up more than once over a calendar year. That's just, otherwise it doesn't work. But a bureaucracy will come up with a solution like that, and then we'll find out that it doesn't work, and then we'll be playing catch up trying to make it work when we're already behind. So for those reasons, I applaud the passion of the amendment maker. I don't know that we're there yet with this particular amendment.
Representative Prox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like, if you would allow me, I'd like to read from the first two commandments of the American Racing Association. It pertains to this bill and a lot of the other bills that we've been considering on the floor this year.
Without objection,
The
Representative
first rule is tune your suspension before you get to the track. And the second rule is never adjust the carburetor at the starting line. And that's what we're trying to do right now. So I think we should just stop right here, go back, either vote the bill up or down, and move on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I appreciate the maker of the amendment and all the hard work he's trying to put into this bill, I think this amendment is a massive bill in itself. The multiple new sections and subsections, 15 different sections in here. I think we need to, this would take a lot of time and a lot of effort and really should have gone through a committee. And I am fervently opposed to this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, go ahead, Letterman. Representative Sumner, I didn't let you have wrap up. I didn't wrap up, Representative Sumner.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it was pointed out, and I might point out a lot of this language comes from existing statute, but this was my effort to write statute for something I think that really would have been better taken up in a regulatory process. Probably, writing regs takes a while. There's public notice and, comments and yada, 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 and eventually you come up with regulations, and I made an attempt in a relatively short period of time to write a statutory fix that I thought would apply, but given some of the concerns, I will withdraw amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4 has been withdrawn. Madam Clerk, brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that House Bill 233 as amended be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Will the clerk please read the title for the third and final time?
Committee substitute for House Bill number 233, Transportation, amended by the House Transportation Committee, entitled An Act Relating to Rates and Time Allowances for Motor Vehicle Warranty Work and Relating to Unfair Practices by Manufacturers.
Representative Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Buying a car is one of the biggest purchases a person can make, a second to a home. Consumers are guaranteed repairs for the manufacturer's mistakes. What they don't know is that the reason they have to wait so long is because of how challenging the manufacturers make it for the dealers to keep mechanics. This is hurting Alaskan consumers and workers. This bill balances the interest between the manufacturers and the dealers and protects Alaskan consumers, workers, and the economy. It's our responsibility to stand up for Alaskans, and that's what I hope we can do by passing this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I was looking at the concerns that generated the bill and listening to some of them, and I understand, I think, where those concerns come from. I think those concerns are valid. You do have situations where people are waiting a long time to get their repairs made. And I think to myself, well, how would the market normally address those kinds of concerns? Well, I think oftentimes there would be competition between manufacturers. And when you look to where the long lines are, you know, one manufacturer and their dealers are going to have a particular arrangement that results in those long wait times. And individuals will recognize that over time and say, you know, I think I'm going to go to the other manufacturer to get their car because they don't have a 3-month wait to have their warranty service. And it concerns me that that doesn't appear to be happening right now. You know, one of the things that I think would be nice is if our economy was growing and there were individuals looking to become new dealers, then there could be competition. And the manufacturer and the dealers could come up with, you know, an arrangement that works for everyone. It's a little bit harder when you have the opposite, where you have individuals who are dealers and maybe they're kind of having second thoughts. Maybe I chose the wrong manufacturer to be a dealer for. Maybe I should have gone with the other one, but then you're sunk in a sense. Maybe someone else already has, you know, that franchise, and now you need to figure out what to do. And unfortunately, I think we might be in that situation with some of these dealers, and I have sympathy for those that might be in that boat. But I also look at, you know, how is the government going to solve this problem for the dealers? And I don't know that there's a good way for the government to do that. Certainly we can recognize the issues and be sympathetic, but I look at each of the proposals that have been put forward today and that are in the bill, and I think each of them is inadequate in that we are trying to come up with some kind of, you know, bureaucratic solution to a problem that has lots of nuances, that's part of a competitive industry. And as soon as we come up with a solution, I think, you know, someone's going to jump right up and say, here's why that didn't work, or it didn't work the way that we intended it to. So I'm very hesitant to try and solve this problem on behalf of dealers and eventually on behalf of consumers, because of course consumers always, you know, are at the bottom of the pecking order costs that go up for manufacturing dealers are going to be passed on to the customer, and I'm well aware of that. I'm sure many of us are. So I will be a no vote today, but not because there isn't a problem. There is a problem. But unfortunately, I think we're in a situation right now where there may be some dealers that are rethinking their relationship with the manufacturer, and that's unfortunate. But that, I think, seems to be where we're at.
Representative Prox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said previously, I was a hesitant supporter of this bill, but it was really an interesting learning experience in the Labor and Commerce Committee. And I was kind of fascinated that I'm pretty sure that we heard from every dealer, from every manufacturer that sells vehicles in Alaska, that they were having more or less the same problem. And then I heard from the at least one representative from manufacturers that the underlying problem is a federal law that kind of effectively gets in the way of the dealers from the manufacturers talking to the dealers. And so that's the problem that we're trying to solve. And I hope that I had to pick one side or the other. And I hope that this does provide a little relief from the problems that the dealers are experiencing right now. But more than that, I hope this finally starts a process where the dealers can have a conversation with the manufacturers, because that's what's needed. I really don't think it's going to be the right solution for the legislature, the state, to get in the middle of that conversation. But here we are. So we got to make a choice, and I guess I'm picking the local dealers over the manufacturers, reluctantly, but I'm going to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I am going to say something new. Sorry. So, when I was 14 years old, I worked in my dad's dealership. I clearly remember the OPEC oil crisis that caused all the manufacturers to scatter throughout the nation, trying to convince their dealers to buy the big, huge Cadillacs and Chrysler New Yorkers and sell them because they had acres of them on their lots. I also clearly remember the CEOs of General Motors, Chrysler, Ford, sitting in front of Congress begging to be bailed out in 2008. Too big to fail, apparently. The manufacturers need their dealers desperately, and the dealers need the manufacturers' support desperately. I urge you once again, and I'm sorry to the representative from Kodiak, but I'm going to repeat myself. Line 11, page 1, unless otherwise agreed to, I would urge the manufacturers and the dealers to find a path forward together instead of forcing us to make a path for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Stout.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this bill. I like the comments for the member of Big Lake, but I will say in defense of the Ford Motor Company's honor, they did not get a bailout in 2008.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of this piece of legislation. I actually had the opportunity to work in one of these shops, and I lived it. You know, I was the lone man standing after a lot of folks who were pretty excited to come and be a mechanic. They went to school and did all the things they needed to do, but they got there and they realized they weren't getting paid for all the amount of work they put in, which was truly unfortunate. And so, you know, this kind of legislation is going to actually help those individuals. I mean, I don't see how anyone could say that, hey, you worked 20 hours and you're only getting paid for 9. I don't see how that's fair at all by any standard. So I will be standing by this legislation and supporting it, and I look forward to pressing the green button. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Tomaszewski in wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through blood, sweat, and tears over countless hours and days and weeks and months, this bill is finally here, and we're able to hopefully push that green button. I just want to thank my 16 other co-sponsors to this bill, and I truly do hope that it strikes a compromise and between the dealers and the manufacturers that they can both work with and agree to. And I just ask for your support, and please press the green button. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 233 as amended pass the House on final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
35 yeas, 2 nays.
And so with a vote of 35 yeas and 2 nays, committee substitute to House Bill 233 has passed the House. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 251 by Representatives Rauscher, Wright, Armstrong, and Mears, entitled An Act Exempting Certain Foods and Drinks Prepared in a Person's Uninspected Home Kitchen from State Labeling, Licensing, Packaging, Permitting, and Inspection Requirements, and permitting a person to acquire meat from a producer by way of an ownership share in an animal if certain conditions are met. The Labor and Commerce Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 251, Labor and Commerce, with a new title, attached 1 new 0 fiscal note. Signing the report do pass, Representatives Ruffridge and Chair Sumner, no recommendation, Carrick, Fields, Sadler, Prox, and Wright. The Resources Committee also considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 251, Labor and Commerce, with a new title, attached 1 previously published 0 fiscal note. Signing the report do pass, Representatives Mears, Armstrong, Dybert, McCabe, Sadler, Wright, Baker, Rauscher, and Chair McKay. There's 1 committee substitute.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute for House Bill 251 with new title be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Be grateful if someone could speak to the benefits of the changes we're about to vote on.
Representative Rauscher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you all turn to your bill packet, you could follow along. Article 7A, Section 17.20.332, exemption for homemade food, is the section adds, removes language to some sections to make it more specific to the intentions of the legislation itself. Page 1, lines 8 through 11 adds new language on page 1, line 13, clarifying that the scale of homemade foods is only for personal consumption. On page 2, subsection C, language following commercial food establishment was removed. Page 2, subsection D, lines 16 and 17 were removed. Page 2, subsections F and G, lines 3 through 14 were removed. Page 2, subsections H and I were reworded, creating 2 clear requirements a seller must do before selling unpackaged homemade foods. Page 4, line 24, page 5, line 9 changes the wording on the relationship to other laws, section 17.20.338. Changes were made to the various definitions, and number 6 was removed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman, do you maintain your objection?
I do, thank you.
Are we? Come in. I'm going to take a brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we adopt the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute to House Bill 251? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 1 nay.
And so with a vote of 37 yeas and 1 nay, we have adopted the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute to House Bill 251. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
Amendment number 1 by Representative Mears, beginning page 2, line 6.
Representative Mears.
I move Amendment 1.
Representative Mears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had often offered a version of this amendment when this bill came to us in House Resources. At that time, it did not have the support from the department and was a policy call on making some changes. Since then, I really appreciate the work that the department has done to come to a compromise, and the amendment before us is supported by the department. So what this amendment does is it allows for some more regulations to come in place for cottage food operations to expand some of the foods that they're able to serve. I was getting some very delicious bagels in the Bernard area, and the owner was talking to me about she leases or she rents out commercial kitchen space. And she says there's a lot of people that come to her that have got small operations that it just doesn't make financial sense to be leasing that space in a commercial kitchen. So they're limited in being able to expand their home operations to the point where they can get to the commercial kitchen. There's a number of foods that fall under this. There's a lot of cottage food bakers that can't use cream cheese frosting or buttercream frosting. There's a Facebook group for cottage foods, and I asked them, I was like, so if this amendment passed, what would you do? And the answer pretty universally was, add bacon to everything. Babkas, scones, and cinnamon rolls. That sounds delicious to me. So it would be an opportunity to expand some of these foods in a way that they can't do in a home kitchen now, and is not financially able to go into commercial kitchen. So this amendment would allow DEC to work on some more regulations that would require food worker cards. The trainings for this is available in multiple languages online, so lots of people would have access to that training. People that are maybe cooking now that aren't doing that step. Their kitchens would have to have things like fire extinguishers and sanitizing surfaces and holding things at temperature. So this would be a step up from how cottage foods are working now. There would be additional regulations put in place. So the folks that are following the rules now would be able to expand their businesses, and the folks that aren't following the rules now would have the opportunity to really kind of come out of the shadows a little bit, have safer food, and be available for all of us to enjoy. I know that this amendment might trigger some questions, so I will take some notes and hopefully be able to answer those and wrap up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Rauscher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the member from South Muldoon with this amendment. She spent a lot of time working on it. It didn't work out so well in resources, and I did ask her to work with my staff, with my office, with the DEC, and come up with a better amendment, and I believe this is it. So I'm going to ask the room to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The objection has been withdrawn. Hearing no objection, amendment number 1 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 3, following line 18.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 2.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I love the intent of the bill, and I hope that we can get to a point where I can vote for it today. I do put forward amendment number 2 for one simple reason. It's as we, in the bill, are trying to protect homemade foods from commercial regulations and so forth, which I think is a great thing. We're also establishing a new regulatory scheme for the homemade foods. And my 8-year-old daughter is one of thousands of Alaskans who like to sell what we consider food, homemade food, at a lemonade stand and things like that. She really enjoys that, and I want to make sure that Alaskan kids, who are under 16 years old, can continue to participate in that activity and will not be caught up in the new regulatory scheme that we are creating through this bill.
Representative Rauscher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Carrick.
Madam Speaker, the member from Wasilla, considering that he just mentioned his own child is under 16 and would like to participate, may want to declare a conflict of interest. Thank you.
The objection has been withdrawn. Hearing no other objection, all right. Representative Hannan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm a little confused by the amendment because right now cottage foods, which are sold in commercial places like a farmer's market, as opposed to a lemonade stand at the end of your driveway, require licensure and regulation. And I think all the regulations about food safety and commercial sales have to do with safety standards that should be met, and cottage foods have a small carve out, and we're expanding that and saying many of them lease commercial kitchens, but they're not restaurants, and they're sold at a location where you knew the producer. I fear that by making an age carve out, we are mixing and matching what should be the lemonade stand at the end of your driveway where no one presumes you have a business license nor any kind of DEC inspection. Buyer beware, they know that when they're buying it from the lemonade stand, that the kid may have stirred it with their finger, but they know that. When you are buying it at some place that expects there to be a business license and we are exempting you just by age, I have a concern that we are alleviating what should be clear delineation and perhaps leading to the inclusion of the lemonade stand, because we're now putting into statute that there's an age exemption where you can. So the 17-year-old's lemonade stand needs to be regulated, but the 14-year-old doesn't. And I think it's mixing things. I don't think cottage food sales are ever mistaken, nor should they be mistaken, for the lemonade stand in the neighborhood. And so I oppose the amendment.
In wrap-up, Representative Eastman.
Thank you to the two previous speakers. I am fairly confident, I have a great deal of confidence in my 8-year-old, but I'm fairly confident that her income will not exceed the $10,000 conflict of interest barrier, as much as she might like that to be the case. I'm also confident that when you have a child that is the one preparing the food and that is selling you the food, that I think reasonable people will assume that that child probably doesn't have the necessary business license and certifications, and probably didn't have a commercial kitchen to prepare the material in and so forth. And so, yes, I understand that we want food to be safe, and we want people to know what they're purchasing. And I think when you are dealing with small children, then that is assumed from someone who is going to pay the 50 cents to buy the lemonade. Thank you.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 2 to Committee Substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
9 yeas, 30 nays.
With 9 yeas and 30 nays, Amendment Number 2 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment Number 3 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 4, line 17.
Representative Eastman.
Move Amendment 3.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. On page 4 of the bill, we have one word being deleted in Amendment 3, and that is the word donated. Page 4, line 17, currently reads, meat received by an owner of an animal or herd by way of the person's ownership interest under this section may not be sold, donated, or commercially redistributed. This would simply acknowledge that donations probably aren't going to be the main problem. It would continue to be the case. They may not be sold, they may not be commercially redistributed, but if the owner of that meat wants to make a donation, they would be able to do so under this amendment.
Any wrap-up, Representative Eastman? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 3, that is not on the board right this minute. We need it's Amendment Number 3. Brief at ease. Are we ready now for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 3, the committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
2 yeas, 37 nays.
And so with a vote of 2 yeas and 37 nays, Amendment Number 3 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 4 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 1, line 13.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 4.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Currently on page 1, you can find that homegrown food under this section is only for personal consumption. This Amendment 4 would broaden that just to include if the buyer of that food wishes to give the food to their pet or to another animal, then that would still be considered homegrown food. They would be able to do so.
Representative Rauscher.
Yeah. This is, my opinion is this is just unnecessary. Personal consumption allows a buyer to do with items as they wish, so I would be a no.
Representative Eastman, any wrap-up? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 4 to committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 38 nays.
And so with a vote of 1 yea and 38 nays, Amendment Number 4 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 5 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 5, line 16.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I move Amendment 5.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Currently, we have under the definition of commercial food establishment in the bill that that would include vending of food, for example. And Amendment 5 would make clear that the definition of commercial food establishment does not, you do not become a commercial food establishment just by virtue of having a vending machine on your premises, for example. I think that that's probably not the intent of the definition, but since we do talk about vending food and otherwise that triggers becoming a commercial food establishment, I bring the amendment forward.
Representative Rauscher.
Madam Speaker, there's not enough sideboards. Meat in a vending machine, I'd say no.
Representative Eastman, would you like to wrap up?
Sure.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? Representative Mears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would exclude a vending machine from being a commercial establishment. I think there's other provisions in this bill that would exclude that, so it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I have received 0 letters from constituents that are concerned about a vending machine in this bill. And next, I would like to say that a vending machine, by definition, is a commercial facility because you put money in and you get a product out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And wrap up, Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I'd love to know where else in the bill the commercial food establishment, definition is impacted. What I see here is that we are defining commercial food establishment. So a commercial food establishment is going to fall under a regime of regulation. Homegrown food is going to fall under another regime of regulation. And I don't want the homegrown food situation to suddenly become a commercial food establishment simply because they have a vending machine on the premises at some point. And I don't think that that's the intent. I'd love to know where else in the bill we've already got that covered, and then in which case Amendment 5 would no longer be needed.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment number 5 to committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 37 nays.
1 yea and 37 nays. Amendment number 5 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 6 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 1, line 13.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 6.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Amendment 6 deals with the location of where this food is being transacted, and it would delete the language that talks about the fact that a homemade food may only be sold from a retail space located at a ranch, farm, or home where the homemade food is produced, or at a retail location of a third-party seller. And I think about a food stand on a corner of a street, maybe on the corner of someone's property where they're producing the food, but it's not technically on their property, it's on the street. And I wonder why we would not allow for that to be homemade food as well. Why would we have this particular restriction on the location and saying that, because they're actually close enough to the street so that the customers can find them, then suddenly now they no longer qualify.
Representative Rauscher.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Though I appreciate the work the representative putting into all these, but I'm going to be a no. I think this kind of does away with what we're trying to do with this bill and kind of restricts everything to a farmer's market.
Wrap up, Representative Eastman. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment number 6 to committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
1 yea, 39 nays.
And so with a vote of 1 yea and 39 nays, Amendment number 6 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 7 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 1, line 2.
Representative Eastman.
I will not be offering Amendment 7.
Amendment number 7 will not be offered. Madam Clerk.
Amendment number 8 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 4, line 22.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 8.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. some of the details I think of how the bill is written are important. One of them deals with, how someone comes under the regime of homegrown food regulation. And it provides that, if this is transacted on a piece of property that is leased, then that puts you into one category or the other. I'm not quite sure that was the intent, but that seems to be how the bill is written. Amendment 8 would accommodate that and clarify that a homegrown or a homemade food produced by a producer in compliance with state labeling, licensing, packaging, permitting, and inspection requirements is not subject to the regime that we are creating for homemade food. There might be someone who fits the definition by doing this on leased property, for example, and has no interest in following under homemade food. They don't want their property and their activities to be considered homemade food, but because of the way that we've defined things, they may well be caught up under these requirements. So it provides that if someone doesn't want to be categorized as homemade food, then they can fall under the normal requirements that everyone else has to fall under the current law. Thank you.
Representative Rauscher.
Madam Speaker, I'm a no on this amendment. Thank you.
And you wrap up, Representative Eastman. Okay. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall amendment number 8, a committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended, pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
2 yeas, 38 nays.
And so with a vote of 2 yeas and 38 nays, amendment number 8 has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
Brief at ease. Will the House please come back to order? There are no further amendments. I think Madam Clerk already read that. So, Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Labor and Commerce Committee substitute for House Bill 251 as amended be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
There was an amendment, or there was an objection. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall we advance to third reading on the same day for committee substitute for House Bill 251 as amended? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
40 yeas, 0 nays.
And so with a vote of 40 yeas, 0 nays, we will advance to third reading, same day, for committee substitute for House Bill 251. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title for the third and final time?
Committee substitute for House Bill number 251, Labor and Commerce, amended by the House Labor and Commerce Committee, entitled An Act Exempting Certain Foods and Drinks Prepared in an Uninspected Kitchen from state labeling, licensing, packaging, permitting, and inspection requirements, and permitting a person to acquire meat from a producer by way of an ownership share in an animal if certain conditions are met.
Representative Rauscher.
Madam Speaker, thank you. House Bill 251 will help promote food security in Alaska. Alaska's food supply is fragile, with the overwhelming majority having to be imported from out of state. Currently, there is a huge lack of homegrown food industries, which creates a strain on the local communities across the state. HB 251 will allow a producer to sell homegrown and/or farmed local foods products to an informed end customer, and allow customers to purchase meat if it complies with the animal share agreements directly from ranchers. Passing HB 251 will help put food on the tables of Alaskans, help increase our food security here in Alaska. If you remember last session, we had basically it was a milk bill where we were allowed to purchase raw milk. Well, then we wanted to expand on that, and it was basically through a herd share program. The meat section of this is through a herd share program. So anyway, I'll be willing to take all questions.
Representative McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would object a little bit that was not a milk bill, it was called Free the Cheese. And I was very proud to be a part of that along with Representative Tarr. And I think this is the next logical step. And I think that it's a great product that comes out of our Food Security Caucus. And I think that we should all be voting yes. Thank you.
Representative Mears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am really grateful to all the work that the representatives from Sutton did on this bill to bring it forward, going through its committees here, and his support in expanding things a little bit further. This bill will allow a lot more folks to be able to have their own businesses and expand them, work on making their livelihood, and even step up into larger businesses, working into commercial kitchens, having food trucks, and perhaps even opening restaurants. This is the kind of thing that allows folks to have more control over their destiny and brings us more yummy things to eat. So thank you all for your support here today.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I, like many here, want to encourage people to have freedom. But I look at a bill that's creating 6 new pages of new law, and I wonder if that's the best way to promote freedom and opportunity. And it is certainly the case that many people who might be interested in taking advantage of these new opportunities will look at a 6-page law and say, "Shoosh, I don't even want to go there." I think we're trying to help people who aren't lawyers and aren't legislators and are trying to do things that don't involve a lot of issues with compliance. They don't have anybody on their team to help them, deal with the compliance issues and so forth. And if this is the best we can do, goodness, there's got to be a way to not perpetually add new laws after new laws after new laws. We've got to figure out a way. I know this is the path, this is the direction. Maybe it's like gravity, you keep following, but some way we've got to figure out how to promote freedom, promote opportunity without creating a whole bunch of new laws.
And, Representative Mina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. We have a couple of different economic development organizations that are in my district that are trying to help people become entrepreneurs. And oftentimes for food businesses, it is the requirement of a commercial kitchen that is an onerous barrier. In Anchorage, there's about 1,000 to 1,500 commercial kitchens. They're usually single source, so churches, schools, restaurants, and there's not enough. And there are a lot of people who want to build their business. So I think this bill is a good step in the right direction to remove the prohibitive limit and requirement for commercial kitchens. But I also want to emphasize that I think that local governments have a place to regulate the food and safety requirements for these businesses in their areas.
In Representative Vance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't help myself. I am very excited. I had quite a few constituents reach out to me before session asking about this food freedom bill. It not only allows for more freedom for people who are trying to start businesses and really see if they can get into a market, but I'm really pleased at the work that the sponsor and the committees have done to add the herd share program. This is another request of constituents of mine. We know that our ranchers, our farmers and ranchers have been struggling to be able to make ends meet. They've had a hard time being able to just be able to afford their herd. And I believe that with this herd share program, this will expand that and allow people to have that relationship that we want them to have with their growers and really get back to what makes Alaska so great, and that is the relationship with our neighbors, with those who are producing our food, and continue to expand a thriving industry that is just waiting to break loose. So I stand in support of this.
In wrap-up, Representative Rauscher.
Thank you, Madam. The speaker from Big Lake started out with the name of the last bill, which is free to cheese. This is free to meat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Our briefities. Will the House please come back to order? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
40 yeas, 0 nays.
And so with a vote of 40 yeas and 0 nays, committee substitute to House Bill 251 as amended has passed the House. At this time, we will take an at ease of approximately 15 minutes. Will the House please come back to order? All right. Madam Clerk, will you please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 257 by Representatives McKay, Sadler, and Carpenter, entitled "An Act Requiring the Department of Natural Resources to make Cook Inlet seismic survey data available to certain persons and providing for an effective date." The Resources Committee considered the bill, attached one new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives McCabe, Sadler, Wright, Baker, Rauscher, and Chair McKay. No recommendation Armstrong, do not pass Mears. No recommendation Armstrong and Dybert. The Finance Committee considered the bill, attached one previously published fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Stapp, Galvin, Colomb, Ortiz, Tomaszewski, Cronk, Craig Johnson, Foster, co-chairs, Amend, Hannan, and Josephson. I have no committee substitutes.
Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
Amendment number 1 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 2, line 14.
Representative Eastman.
I move Amendment 1.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. Amendment 1 deals with private property and how the data related to that private property is going to be dealt with. Currently under the bill, a qualified person can make requests and receive without charge seismic survey data and other geophysical data in possession of the department. And the question is, should that information pertaining to private property, should that information be available to a qualified person? And currently under the bill, that qualified person includes people that are exploring, which kind of makes sense, people that comprise an accredited domestic research institution, also probably makes sense. And another person. Now, that's kind of broad. Who's another person? Well, another person is simply qualified by saying who the department decides would be good to give to. So it's in the best interest of the state to give it to another person, whoever, wherever. They don't need to be a U.S. citizen. They could be from another country, but another person. And so we structured Amendment 1 to hopefully better protect the data that concerns private land from being given to that another person, whoever they are.
Representative McKay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1 is unnecessary and I oppose it. First of all, page 2 of the bill, lines 21 through 25, precisely describe the qualified people that can have access to state-owned seismic data. So this idea of somebody from another country or an unknown person is
inaccurate. It is defined in those lines. Lines 17 through 19, also on page 2, state that well data from a well on private land that the owner of the oil and gas resource has not provided permission to release to the public. So there's adequate safeguards in the bill that any data that's privately owned, which there's not much in Alaska, to be honest with you, this amendment doesn't offer any further protections than what's already in the bill. So I oppose Amendment 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wrap up, Representative Eastman.
Thank you. If another person is a precise definition, then you got me there. I'm looking at the information which we are requiring in this bill to be released. That includes seismic survey data. That includes other geophysical data. What other geophysical data? Well, whatever other geophysical data. And the only individuals that are protected under this one are those who own an oil or gas resource and have well data on private land. I think there's a concern that there might be other individuals implicated and that their private land might be, maybe we should consider them as well. With that, I think a better formulation might have been suggested. So I will move Amendment 1 to Amendment 1 to help clarify what we're trying to do here.
Representative Eastman.
Do all members have a copy of that yet?
Yes.
Very good. Not everyone has.
Brief at ease. The objection to Amendment Number 1 to Amendment Number 1 has been withdrawn. Hearing no objection, Amendment Number 1 to Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are on Amendment Number 1. Is there any other discussion? We had wrap up on Amendment Number 1. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall Amendment Number 1 as amended to House Bill 257 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? And will the clerk please announce the vote?
2 yeas, 37 nays.
And so with a vote of 2 yeas and 37 nays, Amendment Number 1 as amended has failed to pass the House. Madam Clerk.
I have no further amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that House Bill 257 be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please read the title for the third and final time?
House Bill Number 257 by Representatives McKay, Sadler, and Carpenter, entitled An Act Requiring the Department of Natural Resources to make Cook Inlet seismic survey data available to certain persons and providing for an effective date.
Brief at ease. Representative McKay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a couple questions, so let me describe House Bill 257 briefly. In the oil industry, there's seismic data is really critical to finding oil and gas deposits far below the surface. And there's highly trained, highly educated professionals called geophysicists that this is what they do, and they like it. And we affectionately call them rock docs. And what we're trying to do here is the state owns a lot of seismic data in Cook Inlet on state land. And a lot of times it's almost an art. Like one geophysicist, one rock doc will look at seismic data and maybe not see anything. Years later, another rock doc will look at the same data and he might find something. So it's really kind of an art. And the other thing that affects seismic data is computing capability. As everybody knows, computers have advanced tremendously in the recent decades, and they can now process enormous amounts of data, which is what seismic data is, obviously. And they can look at it with more what they call more modern processing. And that's why, frankly, at older fields like Prudhoe Bay, Cook Inlet, Milne Point, Kuparuk, the operators are finding more pockets of oil and gas because they can do more advanced analysis of the seismic data. So what House Bill 257 does is it says we're going to kind of accelerate that process by making this data available to qualified individuals. Again, rock docs, people that would know what they were looking at, and see if we can find more oil and gas deposits in Cook Inlet. You all know the situation in Cook Inlet, the gas shortage that's upon us. And so this is just another one of our bills in a package of bills that's trying to increase our production of gas and oil in Cook Inlet. So with that, I'll close. I know the hour's running late. People are getting tired. And I'll answer any remaining questions that I can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. To recap, the current definition of qualified person allows any person that the department believes would be in the best interest of the state to share this information with, and then they will have to, at that point, share it without charge, and this might be quite a bit of data. And that is concerning when you would give, that level of discretion to the department, and I would prefer that it were more clearly spelled out, the types of individuals, as was just spoken a moment ago, that we want to give this information to, but we have not written that into the bill, so I express the concern.
Representative Mears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully appreciate all of the efforts, large and small, to move the needle with getting more energy out of Cook Inlet, particularly in the natural gas. However, this bill doesn't really do that. The amount of money to get this data from DNR is very small. That is not a barrier for the industry. The barrier is timing. There's a recent tranche of information that should have been available at the 10-year mark. It was not available when it was ready to be, at that timeline when it should have been released. It came much later. That is a problem for the industry. Taking too much time to get to things, that is the problem. We need to make sure our departments are resourced and they have the tools to be timely. We need to do our work here in a timely manner. There's bills that are coming that have been worked on, that there's still quite a bit of work to be done left here in these last 9 days. The timeliness of getting this done is as or more important than the contents of them. I appreciate that this is one more thing on a list to say that we've done, but in effect, it's not a barrier that we need to overcome. We need to resource our departments, and we need to get our work done. Thank you.
In wrap-up, Representative McKay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We just need to do everything we can do to increase production in Cook Inlet. We can't wait for windmills and solar panels. We need the natural gas now, so I encourage everyone to press the green button. Thank you.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall House Bill 257 pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
35 yeas, 5 nays.
So with a vote of 35 yeas and 5 nays, House Bill 257 has passed the House. Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote and passage of the bill be considered the roll call vote and the effective date clause.
Hearing, there is an objection? Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall the effective date clause to House Bill 257 pass the House? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
40 yeas, 0 nays.
And so with a vote of 40 yeas and 0 nays, the effective date clause for House Bill 257 has passed the House. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 260 by Representatives Stapp and Galvin, entitled An Act Repealing Programs for Catastrophic Illness Assistance and Medical Assistance for Chronic and Acute Medical Conditions. The Health and Social Services Committee considered the bill, attached 1 new 0 fiscal note and 1 new fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Fields, Sumner, Ruffridge, McCormick, Mina, Sadler, and Chair Prox. The Finance Committee considered the bill, attached 1 previously published 0 fiscal note and 1 previously published fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Tomaszewski, Kronk, Ortiz, Colomb, Stapp, and co-chairs Delana Johnson and Foster. No recommendation, Josephson, Hannan, and Galvin. I have no committee substitutes.
Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
Amendment number 1 by Representative Eastman, beginning page 5, line 13.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. I move Amendment 1.
Representative Eastman.
Thank you. This amendment will restore 4 words at the director level to the transition language in section 12 of the bill. Transition language mirrors very closely, but not exactly, the current statutory language. If there is a good reason we want to change this during this transition, I'm glad to hear it. Otherwise, let's stick with what we already have vetted in statute.
Representative Stapp.
Madam Speaker, for the sake of time, I have no problem with this change. It's in the transitionary section, so that being said, I remove my objection.
Hearing no objection, amendment number 1 to House Bill 260 has been adopted. Madam Clerk.
Oh, I have no further amendments.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move and ask unanimous consent that House Bill 260, as amended, be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed in final passage.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title for the third and final time?
House Bill number 260 by Representatives Stapp and Galvin, entitled An Act Repealing Programs for Catastrophic Illness Assistance and Medical Assistance for Chronic and Acute Medical Conditions.
Representative Stapp.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, HB 260, I ask the members to vote yes. It's really a product of really great work and really great staff work. My primary sponsor is behind me to help me work on this bill. It basically repeals a program that no one's been on for several years, or at least the last 2 years. Was established in 1987, that's been outmoded. So I tell folks I believe in good government, results-based budgeting, and part of that is taking a look at programs that no longer meet the needs of Alaskans that the state spends money on and actually repealing them. So I think you'll find a lot of things in this bill that you haven't ever seen before, because in order to repeal something in statute, you have to have auditing provisions and transitionary provisions, and I'll be happy to take questions on the bill, but I really appreciate all the work that went into it and the committee work and the staff work. And it's nice to be able to say you're going to make those statute books a little less thick.
Representative Mina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I do get a little bit concerned or anxious if we're removing any type of government programs that might help people, but there are about 2 folks that have qualified for this type of assistance in the past couple of years, and these individuals that will qualify for this assistance also qualify for marketplace insurance. So I'm glad that there are different alternatives that are helping people that are in need. Thank you.
Representative Rauscher.
Brief it is.
Brief it is. Will the House please come back to order? Does any other member wish to speak on House Bill 260 as amended? In wrap-up, Representative Stapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for Anchorage comments. Just wanted to take the time to thank my amazing staff there behind me in the Bratchovich Gallery and ask the members to vote yes.
Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall House Bill 260 as amended pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 3 nays.
And so with the vote of 37 yeas and 3 nays, House Bill 260 as amended has passed the House. Will the clerk please read the next item on today's calendar?
House Bill number 295 by the House Rules Committee, entitled An Act Relating to Salmon Hatchery Permits and Authorizing the Sale of Salmon to Permitted Persons for Stocking Lakes. The House Special Committee on Fisheries considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill 295 Fisheries with a new title, attached a previously published zero fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Carpenter, Stutes, McCabe, and Chair Vance. No recommendation, Craig Johnson, Hemshoot, and McCormick. The Resources Committee considered the bill, recommends it be replaced with committee substitute for House Bill number 295 Resources with a new title, attached one previously published zero fiscal note. Signing the report do pass Representatives Baker, Rauscher, and Chair McKay. No recommendation, Mears, Armstrong, Dibert, McCabe, Sadler, and Wright. I have 2 committee substitutes.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Resources Committee substitute for House Bill 295 with a new title be adopted in lieu of the original bill.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
I have no amendments, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the Resources Committee substitute for House Bill 295 be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed on final passage.
Will the clerk please read the title for the third and final time?
Committee substitute for House Bill number 295 Resources by the House Resources Committee, entitled An Act Authorizing the Sale of Hatchery-Produced Salmon to Certain Persons for the Purposes of Stocking Lakes.
Representative McKay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 295 allows the Department of Fish and Game to issue permits to nonprofit private hatcheries to sell salmon to stock lakes in Alaska under the Fish and Game Department's existing permitting structure. This bill basically creates 3 positive things for Alaska. It creates opportunities for recreation, for people to go fishing at lakes that might not have a lot of fish in them at the present time. It provides food security, and it provides revenue for nonprofit hatcheries for live salmon. Salmon can include several species of trout that are part of the salmon family, and rainbow trout are most commonly used by the state to stock lakes. The demand for stocking public lakes exceeds the state's fish production capacity, and state hatcheries don't have surplus fish to sell. The bill goes a long way to prevent the mixing of hatchery fish, hatchery salmon, and wild salmon. So I'll just keep it brief. I know the hour is late, and we do have folks in the body that know more about this subject than I do, so I'll stop and wait for questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Looks like wrap-up, Representative McKay.
I'm stunned. Well, I just called Joan Wilson, and she said to press the green button, so.
Thank you for that, Representative McKay. All right. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to House Bill 295 pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
37 yeas, 3 nays.
And so with a vote of 37 yeas and 3 nays, committee substitute to House Bill 295 has passed the House. Madam Clerk, will you please read the next item on today's calendar?
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution Number 20, Community and Regional Affairs by the Senate Community and Regional Affairs Committee, urging the United States Congress to address outages of automated weather observing system stations and automated surface observing system stations occurring in the state. The Community and Regional Affairs Committee considered the resolution, attached 1 previously published 0 fiscal note. Citing the report due pass, Representatives Mears, McCabe, Hemshoot, McKay, Baker, and Chair McCormick. I have no House committee substitutes.
Madam Clerk, are there any amendments?
I have no amendments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 20, Community and Regional Affairs, be considered engrossed, advanced to third reading, and placed in final passage.
Will the clerk please read the title for the third and final time?
Committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution Number 20, Community and Regional Affairs by the Senate Community and Regional Affairs Committee, urging the United States Congress to address outages of automated weather observing system stations and automated surface observing system stations occurring in the state.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, SJR 20 asks the federal government and the Federal Aviation Administration to properly invest in the maintenance of an essential feature of Alaska aviation, the Automated Weather Observing System. The Automated Weather Observing System, or AWOS, as it is commonly called, is a suite of weather sensors configured to meet Federal Aviation Administration standards. This resolution also speaks of the Automated Surface Observation Systems, or ASOS, which for the purposes of today, we can think of as an AWOS with additional capabilities. AWOSs provide visibility, wind, temperature, dew point, precipitation, and other data every 20 to 30 seconds, and the report they send out can be obtained in flight via the right frequency or on the ground via telephone. Pilots fly by 2 sets of rules: visual flight rules, VFR, or instrument flight rules, IFR. VFR is what a pilot would use on a clear, beautiful day. The pilot can see where they're going and can navigate the aircraft with their eyes and the instrument panel in the cockpit. When the weather is not clear and beautiful, though, the pilot uses IFR, instrument flight rules. This type of flying relies upon navigating the aircraft by instruments both on board and on the ground. Basically, AWOS and ASOS systems are a crucial part of the IFR system by providing certified weather for pilots. The FAA only recognizes the certified weather from an approved AWOS or ASOS system. There are very limited exceptions. We must have functioning AWOSs in order to legally fly in inclement weather to land at an airport using published instrument procedures. What this means is that even if a pilot is quite sure that she or he could land at an airport given the weather in the vicinity, if they don't have a functioning AWOS station, they cannot land using the instrument approach. As you can see from the resolution, we have 109 AWOS stations in Alaska, 44 ASOS stations in Alaska. Full and partial outages are common, and getting the stations back online can take so long that for significant stretches of time, no planes are able to land in our remote villages. This delays medication, it delays food, it delays other goods from getting in, but also delays travelers getting out, some of them with medical conditions who need to leave the village for care in hub communities. AWOS outages have also prevented timely critical care emergency evacuations, notably in Galena in November, when evacuation was delayed by over 8 hours due to a lack of a certified weather report. If all AWAS and ASOS were in good working order, we could theoretically fly IFR into every airport in Alaska that has an instrument approach procedure with a relative degree of safety. Unfortunately, that is not currently the case. In the most basic sense, if we only had VFR capability, it means we have less flight regularity and less safety. Flying IFR means better flight regularity and more safety. The weather in Alaska, particularly in the winter, can be challenging, but one thing that we have to understand, weather in Alaska does not come out of nowhere. Weather in Alaska follows the same laws of physics that weather anywhere does, and having up-to-date functional AWAS systems means that pilots are never caught by surprise by the weather they are flying into. There are sadly tragic stories like the Ute Airlines accident in 2020 that killed 5 people when it crashed 30 minutes after takeoff from Bethel. As it headed toward Kipnuk, the pilot encountered flat, light, and whiteout conditions. Unfortunately, there was no AWAS in Kipnuk. Ute later described the situation to investigators as, quote, "the ground's the sky and the sky's the ground." It was inappropriate, particularly for a newer pilot like the one involved that day, to attempt to fly in VFR in those conditions. There are numerous difficulties with certified weather in Southwest Alaska, and because of that, flights in marginal conditions like this one are all too common. Many more flights are canceled because the AWAS is out. No attempt is made, and perishable food sits in hangars for days going bad, especially since bush carriers have limited cold storage capacity in our rural hub airports. Madam Speaker, what this resolution seeks to convey to the FAA, Alaska DOT, and our federal delegation is how essential AWAS is to the functioning of our state. The only way to keep our pilots and passengers safe, the only way to ensure that we can efficiently deliver medication, food, and other essential goods to our remote villages, the only way we can avoid the high number of unnecessary flight cancellations is to properly invest in our AWAS and ASOS systems. I urge your support. Thank you.
Any wrap-up, Representative Gray? No wrap-up. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 20, Community Regional Affairs, pass the House in final passage? Members may proceed to vote. Will the clerk please lock the roll? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Will the clerk please announce the vote?
40 yeas, 0 nays.
And so with a vote of 40 yeas and 0 nays, committee substitute to Senate Joint Resolution 20 has passed the House. Madam Clerk, will you please read the next item on today's calendar?
There are citations on today's calendar.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move and ask unanimous consent that the House approve the citations on today's calendar.
Hearing no objection, the citations on today's calendar have been approved. Under unfinished business, I am adding a fiscal note, a finance referral, not a fiscal note, a finance referral to House Bill 360, Home Care Employment Standards, and a finance referral to House Bill 397, Eliminate Vacant State Positions. Is there any further unfinished business, Mr. Majority Leader?
I have no excused absences to move today.
Right. Are there any committee announcements? Representative Sumner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Labor and Commerce will meet 10 minutes after we adjourn.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow, Community and Regional Affairs will be meeting at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance will meet 10 minutes after we adjourn from the floor.
Are there any other committee announcements? Seeing none, are there any other announcements? Seeing none, it brings us to special orders. Are there any special orders this afternoon or evening? Representative Stapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the topic of loss.
Without objection, Representative Stapp.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the late hour. Yesterday, or rather over the weekend, we had an incident in Fairbanks outside the Big I where First Lieutenant Brandon Moultrie from Columbia, South Carolina was shot in the back of the head by a stray bullet after an altercation that he was not involved of. It was announced today that he died in surgery at FMH, and he leaves behind 3 children. Lieutenant Moultrie was from Columbia, South Carolina. He was assigned to 152 General Support Aviation Battalion at Fort Wainwright. He was actually honored as the Volunteer of the Year the day before he was unfortunately killed, and by the FRG group, as well as several local schools in the Fairbanks community. And he leaves behind his wife, Millie, and 3 children. And I'd ask the members to have a brief moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Bradner, our Sergeant of Arms. I got a lot of feedback in regards to HB 111 and that she was able to pull off closed captioning for the public. And they really responded well to it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any other special orders? Representative Galvin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to spend a couple of seconds acknowledging that we have had many graduates through our university system over the last weekend. I was very honored to be able to attend the UAA graduation and listen to so many inspirational speakers, including a dear friend of mine who was the undergrad student speaker. And I do want to share just a couple of words from the different student speakers, if I may read.
Without objection, and your topic is graduates.
Yes, sorry. On the topic of graduates. Thank you. Pardon me. Madam Speaker, the words, this is in particular from Sophie. The words were, I am where I am solely because of kind people who believed in me. Teachers, bosses, partners, and extended family of friends. And her message was to choose kindness because it builds people up. She never thought that she would ever graduate from a college, let alone get a master's degree. And it was just a very beautiful message that she shared, and she said it was all because of kindness. We also heard from Pat Pitney, who is the leader in the university system, and if I may read her comment.
Without objection, Representative Galvin.
Very briefly, she said, you are Alaska's economic engine, and your commitment will make a difference in Alaska and in the entire nation. And we need every one of you to make our economy stronger and better. And Madam Speaker, after meeting many of these students and graduates, I can't tell you how powerful it is to be in a celebration like this and know that we are going to be in their hands very soon. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations to the graduates. Representative Mears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the topic of Teacher Appreciation Week.
Representative Mears, without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is Teacher Appreciation this week. As we are coming to the end of our work here in the session, our teachers throughout the state are coming to the end of their work at the end of the semester. So as much work as we have in front of us, we're doing our own work. Our teachers are not only doing their work, they're supporting our children as they're making up late assignments, struggling with their grades, trying to get where they need to be to graduate or not have to take summer classes or whatever their goals are. So they've got the added burden of not just their work, but supporting our children. I hope that if we have the opportunity, we and our families can take the time to appreciate the teachers in our lives, and that in the work in this body, we do what we can to support them going forward. We've got work to do in that regard. Thank you.
Seeing no other mics, just as a message for tomorrow, we are going to come in at 10:45 and we'll be in joint session at 11. The reason for the delay in coming in is because it takes about 45 minutes to an hour for them to change out the boards here. So we will go through the joint. We will come in, we will do our Pledge of Allegiance and prayer, and then we will at ease for joint session. And then we will have the joint session, but we will still be on the floor doing our work here in the House. So it will be a long day, most likely tomorrow as well. With that, Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, in that spirit, I move and ask unanimous consent the House stand adjournment until Tuesday, May 7th at 10:45 a.m.
Hearing no objection, the House will stand at adjournment until Tuesday, May 7th at 10:45 a.m.